Guess who's back? 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 Now this looks like a job for me, so everybody just follow me, cause we need a little controversy, cause it feels so empty without me. I said this looks like a job for me, so everybody just follow me, cause we need a little controversy, cause it feels so empty without me.
As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I take a look at my life and realize there's nothing left. Cause I've been blasting and laughing so long that even my mama thinks that my mind is gone. But I ain't never crossed a man that didn't deserve it. Me be treated like a punk, you know that's unheard of. You better watch how you're talking and where you're walking, or you and your homies might be lying in chalk. I really hate the trip, but I gotta low. As they croak, I see myself in the pistol smoke. Fool, I'm the kind of G the little homies wanna be like, on my knees in the night, saying prayers in the street light. Been spending most of their lives living in the gangster's paradise. We've been spending most of their lives living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. Look at the situation they got me facing. I can't live a normal life. I was raised by the state, so I gotta be down with the hood team. Too much television watching got me chasing dreams. I'm an educated fool with money on my mind. Got my tin in my hand and a gleam in my eye. I'm a loped out gangster, set tripping banker, and my homies is down, so don't arouse my anger. Fool, death ain't nothing but a heartbeat away. I'm living life, do or die. What can I say? I'm 23 now, but will I live to see 24? The way things is going, I don't know. Tell me why are we so blind to see that the ones we hurt are you and me? We've been spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. We've been spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. Power and the money, money and the power. Minute after minute, hour after hour, everybody's running, but half of them ain't looking what's going on in the kitchen. But I don't know what's cooking. They say I got to learn, but nobody's here to teach me. If they can't understand it, how can they reach me? I guess they can't, I guess they won't, I guess they front. That's why I know my life is out of luck, fool. We've been spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. We've been spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. We keep spending most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. Tell me why are we so blind to see that the
Hey, good morning, guys. Moderation activity is now hidden. This includes messages that are held for review or removed by you or a moderator. And uses you on timeout are hidden. What? Moderation activity is now hidden. What the hell? What is it? Careful. Community moderation. What is... Look, I don't care about it. I really don't. Do one. Hey, what's up, John? Hey, Create Belief, how you doing? I weren't going to open up today, to be honest. Yeah, I weren't going to open up today, to be honest. I was going to leave it. But I thought I'd do something. Just the usual stuff, John, really. Nothing really too exciting, as I say. I was going to leave it for a while, to be honest with you. Because I'm getting pretty sick and tired of the bickering. The bickering and the arguments and stuff. Between people that I actually like, you know. I like Brendan. You know, bickering and arguing. I can't be arsed with it. I really can't. It's not what I'm here to do. I'm not here to be bickering and arguing over dumb shit. Hey, good morning, Level. Hold on, let me just give you a wrench. Pretty cool, that. I like that senses. Can you the banner theme? Really funny, man. The banner theme. Oh no, I can't. You know what I mean? Brendan don't want none of his videos played, so I'm gonna have to take them all out. I think I've got quite a few on this list. Move that from the playlist. Yeah, so that's cool, Level. That's cool. Yeah, I ain't been on this one for quite a while. As I say, I've got 2 strikes on the other one, so I've got to let it. That goes to at least what would be in April, May, right? So I'm we're still in March, right? January? No, we're still in the end of March. So we're at start of April. Yeah, I've got to say we're going to be in there probably about a month. I think it's May the 5th. I think it's May the 5th that I can go. Well, that strike comes off. The first strike comes off. I don't mind doing it with one strike on there, but when there's two on there, it can be a bit dodgy. Probably going to be in and out as well today. I've got a few things to do, so yeah. That's what I'm going to do, guys. I want to put that video on now. Yeah, I've got a medical misinformation strike for not talking any medical misinformation. I can't recall saying anything about you know what over the last 3 years on that stream. I can't recall saying anything about it. I don't know. Did I mention about my brother? I might have mentioned that. You know, I think that's what it was. I think I did, didn't I? Did I mention about my brother? I think I did. I think that's what's done it. Saying that my brother, you know what, from the you know what. Another one. That's gone. Look at me.
YouTube. Yeah, you guys want to give it a shot? 3 very easy questions, elementary. It'll take a couple
guys, I'll be
minutes.
back later, right?
I mean, if you're honest, you know, you won't.
Anthony, you got it. I don't got it.
Yeah, there you go, man. I like that. So the first one's actually the hardest, but then they get easier. You know, it's multiple choice. They're all multiple choice. So the first one's, I have 2 images here. And the reason I call them images is because one of them's a photograph and one of them's a painting. So I want to see if people can tell the difference.
Oh. One of them a photograph?
And one of them's a painting.
This one kind of looks like a painting.
Okay. What do you guys think? Same way? All right. It was a trick question. They're both paintings. So I don't expect people to get this one, obviously, you know, but there is 2 reasons why I asked this question. They have to do with common sense. So the first reason is just believing someone opens the door to being deceived, right? Because you believe me that wants a photograph, that influences your choice, right? Because it's not good to just believe someone, right? The second reason is if we... I know, but I'm doing it as an experiment just to show people. No, but you're right, though. So the second reason is if we want to determine something is real, an image is not good enough. Because if I show you an image of me flying or me walking on water, would you believe I could do those things? No, right? That's obvious, right? That defies physics. So the next 2 have to do with elementary physics. Very easy. Has to do with water. Could we agree once water is contained, like in this bottle, water always seeks its lowest point? In other words, it always goes down. Because if I turn the bottle upside down, water always goes down. Doesn't matter what direction. water always goes down. That's a fact. That's why when it rains, you know. So since we understand that fact about water, that it always goes down, I painted the water blue with food coloring just to make it easier. How I'm showing you these two, which one is upside down? Since we understand water goes down, which one is upside down?
I feel like it's a trick question.
Look at the water. Water's gonna be the reference point. If we understand water always goes down.
I feel like this one, I think there's water right here and there's just...
No, the water is definitely blue. Again, you don't have to believe me,
Okay.
but for, if you had to pick one, which one is upside down?
So the
Based on the
question
physics of water.
So the question is, do we have to use your rules, or can we like?
I mean, the question is, since we understand water always goes down, right? It always goes to the bottom.
Yeah, because the first question is a trick question, it confuses these guys with the next question. So they think it's a trick question, and that's what he's saying. What, do we use your rules for this? No, there's no rules for this part of this. This is all legit, right? It was just the very first question. That's yeah, it kind of confuses them afterwards. Maybe there might be a different way of doing that first question without tricking people.
Bottom.
So it's this one then, because water always goes down.
No, which one's upside down?
I think that's the point that William's
Yeah,
actually
I'm
trying to
showing you
make.
these two. Which one is upside down?
Did you hear any of that?
Oh,
volume down.
Because the box.
I made it look similar, like the background, just to make it a little harder, right? But
Yeah.
water's gonna be our reference point.
So if the water goes down, right? Then whether it's upside down or not, the water should be at the bottom, right?
If it's right side up, but if it's upside down, it shouldn't be on the bottom.
So then it's this one. I see
Exactly.
that one.
Yeah. This one's upside down. I actually took this one like that, holding it up to the ceiling. So yeah, because that's the physics of water. It always goes down, right? Another thing about water. Have you guys ever heard of water always finds its level?
Mm-hmm.
Right. What could be another word for level? Like the surface of a pool. You know, what could be another word?
At the top.
Like for level.
Even.
Oh.
Even's a good one, right? Horizontal is actually a proper definition for level, right? That's very easy. Since we understand that water always finds its level, this is the easiest one, elementary. Which one of these two represents level correctly? Since we understand what level means and water
That's
always.
all you, bro.
Look at the water. Which one represents level as we know it?
Water level, so it should be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, so the real reason I do this is because we actually have all been lied to believing.
Isn't it crazy though that they've literally got to think about what water level is? That should just be glaringly obvious, right there, right in front of you. It's in front of you every single day. Water, right? No change in its physical properties. So why would you have to think about what is water level? It's preposterous to me. It really is.
This is the answer, even though we know it's this one. You guys want to know how we were lied to? Do you guys believe the Earth is a ball?
Yeah.
Right? So NASA in specific, they claim to have satellites orbiting the Earth, right? So they need to know the radius of orbit, so they need to know the radius of the Earth. And they do tell us the radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles, which gives us a circumference of 24,901. So there needs to be curvature every mile. So the first mile is an 8-inch drop, second mile 32 inches. By the third mile, there should be 6 feet of curvature. And in 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature. So if we actually went out in nature, like a giant lake that was miles across, to measure for this curvature, we understand the physics of water. You know, it's going to be parallel to that structure because that's what water does. Every lake on Earth does that. But they're trying to tell us that water is bending and every mile is increasing. You know, so in 10 miles, there should be a 6-story, foot of building that should be measurable, but it's not there, you know. So if I was to ask you guys, what's the number one proof that makes you believe that the Earth is a ball?
Because of like physics and like.
What kind of physics? What physics?
It's not a stupid question because the basis of like physics that we're doing I'm doing in my AP classes is using the gravitational force of objects and their radius in order to actually measure things. And apparently, the Earth matches those
equations. Okay, so basically gravity, right? That's what you're saying. That's why the equations for gravity. That's why you think the Earth is a ball.
I guess there's other reasons that.
Okay, so gravity, real quick. I don't know if you guys knew, but gravity. First of all, it's irrelevant to establishing the shape of the Earth. The reason why things fall has nothing to do with measuring for curvature. But I will tell you that I don't know if you guys knew, gravity is just a theory. If you Google it, it's a theory because it's never been proven. So what they measured, they didn't measure a force pulling anything down. What they measured was the rate of speed. So they measured 9.8 meters per second. That's the rate at which things fall. They're not measuring a force. They're just measuring the effect of why things fall. So they're not measuring the cause, basically. They just, measure.
But they know that there's a force there, right?
Yeah, and here's my other thing. Even if gravity was true and was bending the oceans and all the waters basically on Earth, that curvature should be physically measurable. So in my opinion, this is the number 1 experiment to debunk the globe. And you will never hear anyone talking about this online because I don't know if you guys know, but this is being censored, So
do you think that the pictures of the Earth are fake then?
I'm glad you brought them up. They actually don't call them pictures. They call them images. Guess why?
Like from the satellites?
Yeah. So all the images from satellites, they're not photographs. They admit they're Photoshop, but they don't call them Photoshop. They call them composites. So an image of the Earth like this, for example, let me see, like this, they're all cartoons. These are all made in a computer, basically. These are all fake.
So we don't actually have a picture of
Nope.
Earth?
If you look into this, you'll realize that very quickly. So these are actually taken 20 miles in the sky, which in my opinion is the highest human beings have ever gone. And the horizon, how would you describe the horizon?
Because he just looked at me and I just laughed.
How would you guys describe the horizon?
The sun? Isn't it round?
Well, the sun, again, I would say nobody has been to the sun, so nobody knows what the sun is. It's irrelevant to establishing the shape of it. I would say it's a red herring. You know what a red herring is? It's a false argument.
What about the moon then?
Same thing. It's the same thing.
What about all the other planets that we see?
They're just lights in the sky. Nobody knows what they are. Anybody telling you what they are, it's a religion. Because again, all religions are based on faith. And if we can't get to these things and actually see what they are, then anybody telling you what they are is just a religion. Nobody knows what they are. But again, it's a red herring. It's a false argument because it has nothing to do with establishing what's on the ground. You know what I'm saying? They're telling us the ground is curving.
So what if your argument is also false because
you don't have to believe me. Physics will show you this, The only place you're ever going to see curvature of the Earth, you guys are familiar with like action cameras like this, right? GoPros, how they warp horizontal lines, right? That's the only place you're ever going to see curvature, and in cartoons. So through GoPro cameras or through CGI cartoons like this one, Again. So what do you guys think? You think it's possible that maybe we were lied to about this, about the shape of the Earth, or are you guys pretty set on your belief?
I believe that anything is possible, but
there you
personally, I'm gonna stick to
your teachings.
My teaching until like I find like actual like solid.
Right. So because again, I came across this in 2016. That's when it exploded on the internet, and it started getting censored like in 2018, 2019, which is literally the main reason why I'm out here. Because I don't think it's fair that I came to this, in 2016 when it wasn't being censored, and now it's being censored, so a lot of people don't have the opportunity to look at both sides of the argument, right? So that's why I'm out here, to share information. So I do have a flyer that has the 6 main proofs that debunk the globe, if you guys want to take one. Because again, if you go out and Google and type in flat Earth, you're just going to get nothing but ridicule. That's like the #1 defense right now. Ridicule and dismissal. Because again, the globe doesn't have anything. It doesn't have any proof whatsoever. So here, let me give you this flyer. And again, if you guys have any questions about these proofs, which again, have you guys ever heard of Euclidean plane geometry?
I've heard of it, but I've never.
So it's the geometry assumed to construct everything we see, from railroads, bridges, buildings. It assumes that the Earth is a level plane. So it's Euclidean plane geometry. And geometry means measurement of the Earth. So again, we assume that it's level, and that's how everything works. So even construction, everything, tells us that. Even navigation, when airplanes fly level, they fly straight. They don't fly over a curve.
I've heard that one before, but I think there was like a YouTube thing that like tried to debunk.
So again, they try to say gravity makes the airplane curve while it flies. But again, gravity is just a theory. Gravity is a theory it's like the glue that keeps this whole lie together, because that's how they explain orbits. That's how they explain water bending. That's how they don't exist. So everything about the sky is just made up.
So what about seasons and days?
So seasons, I would say, again, it's a false argument when it comes to establishing the shape of the Earth, but there is other explanations when it comes to that. If you're interested, you could look into that, because again, that's irrelevant to establishing the shape of the Earth. But again, when I first came in this, I did have a lot of questions, like how does the sun set?
So how does the moon just stay in place?
Well, they don't. They actually rotate above us. They're telling us that we're spinning, and the sun's just in place.
So how does that work?
Well, that's just the way it was created. You know, this place is that's another thing. They're lying to us because they're hiding a creator, or basically this place was created.
I believe that it was created, but I also believe
But you believe in the Big Bang, though?
I don't believe in the Big Bang.
Oh, you don't? So how do you explain the universe?
That God made it?
You think God made the whole universe?
Yeah,
Okay,
he
that's
made
fair enough, I guess.
physics too.
I guess, but again, I would say everything about the sky. Nobody's been higher than 20 miles. You know, you guys seen the Red Bull jump from space? Space? You guys never seen that jump? You guys could Google it. It's a guy went in a giant helium balloon, 20 miles up, and he supposedly jumped. But again, he was using a GoPro, and that's how they showed the curvature. But again, it was just camera effects. And when you see the entire video, you could see the.
That one was obviously just light distortion.
Okay. Well, it's a camera effect, not just light distortion.
That's why
The fisheye lens warps.
That's why.
It's a fish.
It warps the light. That's why.
Sure. I guess you could say that, yeah. But it's a camera effect at the end of the day. It doesn't exist in reality. This curvature that they're telling
It's
us.
just how the lens works.
Well, if you have a standard lens, though, that's gonna show everything how it is. You know, not a fisheye lens. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, what's your
A
YouTube channel?
telephoto.
Here, let me give you my card. If you guys are interested, I do this at universities too. That's the one places I love going, because obviously they can't defend their globe, and you know, so I do.
University students aren't exactly as smart as people.
I mean, are you a university student?
Not yet.
Not yet. Oh, okay. So you're just.
We're in high school.
Oh, you guys are in high school. Oh, wow. Okay. There you
Being
go.
in university doesn't mean you're smart.
No, yeah, that's true. That's true. Not a lot of people, know that. Here you go. That's my YouTube. You guys could check it out. I mean, if you guys have any questions before you guys go, I can answer them.
All right, for sure. Appreciate it.
All right, man. You guys have a good one, man. Thanks for stopping. You guys want to give it a shot?
Yeah.
Okay, so 3 very easy questions, elementary level. The first one's the hardest, but then they get easier. All right, we'll see if you actually do trust your common sense. So this first one, I have 2 images here, and the reason I call them images is because one of them's a photograph and one of them's a painting.
Okay.
So I want to see if people could tell the difference.
Okay. So I just say which one's which.
Yeah, based
Okay,
on
this one's a picture. This one's a
Painting?
painting. I agree.
same.
Yeah.
Okay, it was actually a trick question. They're both paintings. So I don't expect people to get this one, obviously, because it's impossible to tell. But there is 2 reasons why I asked this question, and they have to do with common sense. The first reason is just believing someone opens the door to being deceived, right? So it's not good to just believe
Yeah,
someone.
because we just believe that you said one.
One's
or
a
the
photograph,
other.
exactly,
Okay.
right. So the second reason is if you want to determine something is real, an image is not good enough. Because if I show you an image of me flying or me walking on water, yeah, that's obviously fake. That defies physics, right?
Definitely.
So these next 2 have to do with elementary physics. They both have to do with water, actually. So can we agree once water is contained, like in this bottle, it always seeks its lowest point. In other words, it always goes down. Because I could turn the bottle upside down, but water always goes down. And also, it always finds its level, So that's a fact, that water does, So I can't lie to you. So I actually painted the water blue with food coloring, just to make it easier to see the water, because it's clear, obviously it'd be hard to see. But since we understand water always goes down, how I'm showing you these 2 images, which one is upside down? There you go. You guys agree with her?
Yeah.
Yeah, right, because the water can't stick to the top. I actually took that one like this. Yeah, so you guys got it. You guys do trust your common sense. That's good. So this last one's even easier. So since we understand water always finds its level, right? What could be another word for level if we had to use a different word?
Balance or gravity.
Balance. Or could we say horizontal? That's actually the proper definition for level.
Yeah.
Because you could have a straight line, but if it's at a slope, it's not level. It
Yeah.
has to be a straight horizontal line, right? That's what level means. So since we understand that fact about water as well, that it always finds its level, this one's the easiest, by the way. Which one of these 2 represents level correctly, A or B?
A.
Oh, that was quick. That's good. Yeah, that's obvious. So the real reason I do this is because over 95% of the population have been tricked to thinking that this is the answer, even though we know it's this one. You guys want to know how we were tricked?
How?
Do you guys believe the Earth is a ball?
Yeah.
Right? So NASA in specific, they actually claim to have satellites orbiting the Earth, right? So they need to know the radius of orbit. So they need to know the radius of the Earth if they're supposedly going around it, right? So they do tell us the radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles. So that gives us a circumference of 24,901 miles. So there needs to be curvature every mile. So the first mile is an 8-inch drop, second mile 32 inches. By the third mile, there should be 6 feet of curvature. So by 10 miles, there should be 66 feet. And that's a 6-story building. That should be measurable. So if we actually went on in nature to measure for this curvature, like a giant lake that was miles across, we understand that the water is going to be parallel to the level, because that's what water does. It always seeks its level. But they're trying to tell us that water is bending, but in reality, this will be the #1 experiment to
But it'll
debunk the
always
globe.
be level to the core of the earth.
So you think level means curve then? You think level means
Not curved, like it's like straight. It's horizontal, but always like.
but on a globe?
But on a globe, not really. No, it's curved because it's like you said. There's like the circumference. It like eventually
Right.
it's gonna alter.
Right. So would you accept though we should be able to measure this curvature if it was there, or do you think it shouldn't be measurable?
I think it should be measured.
Right, that's obvious, right? So if I was to ask you guys, what's the number one proof that convinces you or makes you believe that the Earth is a ball?
I would just go for pictures with NASA. Like
I'm glad you brought them up. I'm glad.
but like,
I'm glad you guys brought the pictures because they actually don't call them pictures, they call them images.
Okay.
And the reason they call them images is because they're Photoshop. So they actually admit to this. They don't call them Photoshop though, they call them composites. So they actually make them in a computer. So the only place we're ever gonna see curvature of the Earth is through GoPro cameras. Are you guys familiar with the GoPro, how it curves horizons, that fisheye lens, right? So that's the only place we're ever gonna see curvature, or through CGI cartoons like this one. This is an official NASA image from 2012. And again, they admit their cartoons basically CGI.
well, they need some type of representation because they're not going to get like graphic like.
Right.
That's that far out.
That's the explanation they give us, right?
Yeah.
But even if these were real, again, there's curvature all around this.
Yeah.
We should be able to physically measure that. But again, I go with physics. I don't go with what people tell me. I don't just believe what people tell me, right?
You need the scientific findings.
Exactly. And science it has to be measurable, testable, and repeatable.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with theories or what people are saying. If you can't back up your claim with a practical demonstration, then
I mean, there are some abstract theories, like for example.
again,
like,
theories,
the,
but
like,
okay.
Yeah, theories, but like that can be proven. Like,
But
for
then there wouldn't
example,
be
like,
theories.
But yeah, but some things are like they're not measurable. Like for example, you can't measure your love for someone. It's like not like.
I would say that's subjective, though.
That
I
it
would
is subjective. Certain things
object
are
exactly.
Yeah.
We're talking
Yeah,
exactly.
some things are like scientifically backed and others are not. but,
Exactly.
like,
I would say anything that has to do with the subjective is not provable, like you said, like feelings and stuff like that. But when we're talking about the Earth is physical. There's geometry. I don't know if you guys ever heard of Euclidean plane geometry. You have. So it's the geometry assumed to construct everything we see, from railroads to bridges, buildings. They don't take account for curvature in the blueprints. All the blueprints are level. Basically, they're all done from a datum line, which is horizontal. That's how they measure height and depth, and that's how airplanes fly. You know, when airplanes fly, they just, they have their angle of attack and their angle of descent. But when they're flying, they fly straight.
I think the young lady on the left here definitely gets it. The Euclid, she gets, gets everything that he's saying about water level. She got it first time, water level. Yeah, she definitely gets it.
Basically, they're all done from a datum line, which is horizontal. That's how they measure height and depth, and that's how airplanes fly. You know, when airplanes fly, they just, they have their angle of attack and their angle of descent. But when they're flying, they fly straight. They're trying to tell us that gravity, a theory, is making the airplane curve, even though it's flying straight. But again, it's just a theory. It's just, again, gravity, I would say, is a red herring. You guys know what that is? It's a false argument, because the way in which things fall has nothing to do with actually measuring the curve of the Earth. Because again, if gravity was real and it was bending all the oceans and all the lakes on Earth, again, we should be able to measure that. But if you go to any lake on Earth, even the oceans, I mean, it's called sea level for a reason, if you ask me. Again, level meaning horizontal. They try to redefine level on paper through mathematics, and the way they do it is equal distance from the center to the surface of a sphere. So that's how they redefine level. So if you have a basketball, for example, and you go an inch off of it on this side, an inch of it off of this side, and an inch of it in the middle, and you connect those dots, they're trying to say that means level. But in reality, it's not exactly. So again, if we're talking about the objective world, we gotta go with physics. You can't just go with theories, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, theories are not confirmed.
exactly.
So,
Yeah, physics is confirmed.
Yeah.
Laws. For example, I don't know if you guys ever heard of the first law of thermodynamics.
Yeah.
That energy cannot be created nor destroyed. That debunks the Big Bang Theory. So that proves that this.
Is she a secret flat earther? This one on the left here. And the first law of thermodynamics. She knows everything. Everything William's saying, she knows about it and she's agreeing to.
Was created. So they're trying to hide a creator as well. I'm not biblical myself. I think all religions are there to control, and the heliocentric model is the biggest religion. Again, why? Because it's based on faith, one, and two, they try to give us a creation story, just like every other religion. The fact is, nobody knows how this place came to be. But again, the first law of thermodynamics proves that we came from something. We're part of an eternal of something eternal, basically, that doesn't die. You know what I'm saying? So, do you guys have any questions about this topic? So I do have some information I share because this information is being censored online, and the way they're censoring it is they're just ridiculing it, they're just dismissing it, and I actually go to universities and talk to the students about this, and nobody can prove the globe. I speak into astrophysics graduates, I speak into a lot of university students, and nobody can prove the globe because again, it's just a religion. It's just based on faith on what they were told. Again, if you ask me, theories. All these theories in a science book, it might as well just be a Bible. It might as well just be verses because again, theories are not provable. So just theories is just a fancy word for something. It's just and it's exactly there you go. So here, let me give you the flyer. Again, because if you guys go on Google, you're not gonna get any genuine information. That's one of the main reasons why I'm out here because it is being censored, and I don't think it's fair. That we're all being lied to and we're not even giving the chance to look. Okay, you could take one. Yeah, and I actually do have a YouTube channel if you guys want to check it out. My conversations at the universities, and you guys could probably see yourselves on there as well. Yeah, that's my channel, the first one on there. So yeah, thanks for talking to me.
Awesome.
Yeah, you guys have a good one. All right. Oh, I see 2 securities coming. Let's see if they tell me anything.
Oh, so
They might.
you telling me? Are you telling me before these security, William just got through 2? Was it the young youths, then the young ladies, then the security? Then the security turn up. Unbelievable.
Maybe kicking me out. We'll see if they call the police.
This bit's crazy, guys. This bit of the. We watched this live. There was a few of us that were in William's live chat, and yeah, we watched this live, but we didn't see it from William's perspective. Remember, he's got another camera that's pointing towards him when he does lives, right? So you can't see the security guards arriving or anything. You can hear William talking about it, but this perspective you can see perfectly what's going on. But you can see, yeah, they're approaching. These couple of morons. And one of these guys is so annoying. You listen to one of these guys, it is really annoying. Hasn't got a clue about anything. A huge ego. He's got his uniform on and turns him into a bloody unitard. Let's go. Hey, good morning, Luca. Good morning. Look at these two. Look, 2 clowns coming up just to... He's not doing nothing wrong. He's standing there. In fact, you know what? I think the problem seems to be the tripod. Is there another way of getting that phone off the ground, that kind of eye level, without using a tripod? I mean, can you use a smaller one? Because I think I noticed behind him there's a little wall. Could he like prop it up on the wall or whatever, on top of the wall there or something? That seems to be the problem. Is the tripod? If the tripod's not on the ground, well, then they can't actually say anything to him about anything, can they? If he's just standing there with the camera on him and no tripod down, they can't say nothing to him. Actually, they ain't got nothing on him because he's basically, this guy on the left here is such a mong. Honestly, he was really frustrating to listen to. This guy thinks he knows everything, hasn't got a clue. Hasn't got a clue.
Sir. How are you doing?
I just came by to let you know that the filming and all this isn't allowed on the property. But this property right here, the border of it starts at
I think he's got a chest-mounted one. It's this one. It's this camera here, which is the problem, because it's on the tripod and it's on their so-called private property or whatever. But if you got rid of the tripod and was able to somehow use one of these behind like structures to prop the camera up or something, because you'd only need some zip ties, wouldn't you? Some zip ties or something, tie it to something, and people would be oblivious to it. You'll just be standing there with your these guys can't say nothing then.
the lights. So if you backed it up to the lights.
Oh, they wanted him to go down here. They wanted him to go all the way down here to do this, and where there's nobody actually there. Unbelievable.
You'd be allowed to.
The lights right here?
Yes.
You'd be in, the second one where the palm trees are.
Hey, good morning, Jim. Yeah, early one, mate. Early one. I was up quite early myself. I thought I had to change it all over anyway. I had to change all the stream key over. So I was starting to do that, and I thought I might as well just go live. Put a uniform on. think they have the higher power. Yeah, it's the ego thing level, isn't it? It's that ego. You know, you put the uniform on, the ego gets elevated. They think they can tell other people what to do on this little bit of pavement. It's just an absolute joke, isn't it? Really. You know, he's got his little badge there. He's got his walkie-talkie, his badge. He thinks he's important. Yeah, this guy here thinks he's actually important. He's just a slave. Both of you two are slaves to society. That's the fact of the matter. See, a real G, or, you know, someone with some realness in him would just go, F this job. I'll make my own money. I don't need to be a slave of society.
You'd be on public property. This is private over here.
But isn't it open to the public?
That's correct to the public, but it is private property.
But it's open to the public. That's kind of a contrast. I understand because there's a lot of government buildings that are privately owned. But
hey, good morning, Lev. I'm glad you guys could come over today. Anyway,
they're open to the public.
Yeah, cheers.
Anybody has access to these.
Yeah, sure.
I was seriously, guy. I told John Ed, I was seriously thinking about stopping it for a while because of all the bickering and stupid silliness in the chat. But no, I'm not gonna stop. I'm just gonna carry on here for a little while.
As long as they've complied to the rules that the private owners,
right.
that the property owners,
right.
Lay
so
out.
I did read the code of conduct before.
Unitard United. It's this guy here though. He's got an answer. He thinks he's got an answer for everything. He thinks he's super intelligent. He thinks he's got a bead on things. Thinks he knows where he is, what he's doing in life, and really he's just like a headless chicken. That's all he is, running around, hasn't got a clue what is going on.
Coming here, okay. And the code of conduct, the first thing that says that obviously you can't violate the law, right? Okay. So what I'm engaging here is the First Amendment. It's actually constitutionally protected activity. It's my right to record in public. So you guys infringing on my rights will be actually breaking the law. So you see how ironic that is?
I got it. So we have something called free speech. Right?
Exactly. There's like free press as well.
What I'm referring to is what the policy we have here. So
policies don't trump rights, though. That's my point.
Listen what I'm saying, sir.
No, yeah, sure. Trust me, this is not my first rodeo as well.
No, yeah, Joseph. Listen for a second, because I understand First Amendment.
Exactly. There we go.
And there is a specific thing for private property, right? I know it's accessible. Let me finish.
Yeah, no, go for it. I'll let you finish.
So you're accessible to the public. You're right. You can film in public. There's no expectation of privacy in public.
Exactly. Exactly.
I know that. Got it. So the question is, what is it that you're?
I'm just talking to people.
Okay. Is it about?
He just said there's no privacy in public. He just said it. Listen. He said, I get it. And then they just switch up on him.
First Amendment.
Exactly. There's like free press as well.
What I'm referring to is what the policy we have here. So
policies don't trump rights, though. That's my point.
Listen what I'm saying, sir.
Listen carefully. I'll turn my volume down. I'll turn them up. Listen.
Yeah, sure. Trust me, this is not my first rodeo as well.
No, yeah, Joseph. Listen for a second, because I understand First Amendment.
Exactly. There we go.
And there is a specific thing for private property, right? I know it's accessible. Let me finish.
Yeah, no, go for it. I'll let you finish.
So you're accessible to the public. You're right. You can film in public. There's no expectation of privacy in public.
Exactly.
So yeah, what I was saying before I forgot, I turned my volume down. You couldn't hear. It's public everywhere. There's public everywhere. How can it not be public?
Got it. So the question is, what is it that you're?
I'm just talking to people.
Okay. Is it about? What is it about?
Just about the Earth. Just sharing information about what's going on in reality.
Political or
no, not political. No, not a political. This is
so
just.
we have something called free speech, right?
Yeah, free
here
speech.
that they call it, and they actually set you up with a booth, right? So like you said, you have the right to.
Exactly.
So some people like churches and stuff, they want to hand out flyers, whatever.
Sure. I know.
So
I understand
what
that.
they do is they have to have you rescheduled. So you go to the office.
Right.
You fill out
That's
the paperwork.
right. There's no expectation of privacy in public. But this guy understands that. He understands the audit, the First Amendment, and everything. He's saying, yeah, I get it. But this public street that you're standing on is actually private. That's what he's saying. He's saying, look, you can go down here, down this little alley where you can't be seen, and there's no one walking past. You can go down there and do it. Oh my lord, these clowns! It's just a clown world at the moment.
And they give you a booth here in the mall that's accessible to be seen, because, like you said.
But if I have to ask for permission.
Hey, Lev, is that better? That's. I think it's a little bit better. I think. Can you hear me? Okay. Let me just turn up maybe a little bit more. There you go.
Then that's not a right. You know what I'm saying?
Not really. It's a little bit different.
Well, if I have to ask for permission, then that's not a right. If I have the right to do something, that means no.
But then when it's granted to you, it becomes a right.
But that's the thing. Nobody can grant me that. It's a God-given. God gives us these rights. These are God-given rights.
But we're talking about the law, not.
That's right. The law backs up our rights. The laws cannot infringe on people's rights.
I understand. Like, I'm trying to explain some things that you may not understand, because we've been trained in this and we have to deal with it all the time. And I deal with people like you all the time. No problem. We don't want to infringe on your rights. We're just trying to show you how to do it in compliance with here. Because public, if you're over there, this is the public library.
In compliance.
Yeah.
Because you're in public.
Comply to the rules. Comply to the rules of the elites that tell you that these public roads and paths that everybody else is walking on are actually private. You can't record. Why can't you record? Why can't you record in public? Why not? Why is it when you get a camera out, when there's cameras fucking everywhere, recording you every single second of the fucking day, when you go into a town or a bloody city, you pull your own camera out, you get these clowns turn up. Unbelievable. Oh,
Again, you could say it's private,
really does infuriate.
But it's open to the public, and it leads to the...
really infuriating. They want him down here. They want him down there in this bloody alleyway where there's no people going. Yeah, it's right. You can go down there, mate. Go down there. You can do it down there.
The public library.
Where there's fuck all people down there.
Because it's private, you still need to...
It's not private. How is this private? These people drive me nuts. How is it private when the whole public are there?
I'm not soliciting. That's the thing.
So this is the funny thing. This is really where it gets weird. Now they're saying he's soliciting. They're saying he's soliciting. He's giving something for and getting something back for it, right? But then he says what he says. He then goes back and says you're soliciting somebody's attention. What? That's what this guy says. He says you're soliciting their attention. What? Ugh. This generation these days, look at them. A couple of clowns, wet paper bags, badge and a bloody walkie-talkie, think they've got a bit of power. Their ego's through the fucking roof, right? All these little badges and emblems on them, trying to make themselves look important, and you're a couple of clowns, slaves to society, right in front of me. What your words are meaningless to me, both of you.
I'm just trying to see if somebody wants. I'm doing a story basically. I'm just filming out in public, which again, freedom of press.
I couldn't.
Freedom of
Level. I couldn't. This is why I give William props. He's really composed in these situations, and yeah, the English deal with things differently, don't they? We do like to have a little vent, even if the so-called authorities are about. We do like to raise our voices a little bit and tell them to do one.
That's basically what I'm doing. I'm just exercising my First Amendment right. Okay. That's all I'm doing.
And for sure, and we have plenty of people that
are you asking questions.
Yeah, just literally, just questions.
Yeah. It's like a Hornets jacket, isn't it, Jim? The colours, the red, the black, a nest of wasps, angry wasps. Look at them. I'm like an angry wasp stinging the fuck out of everybody in the hospital halls. Was it that Eminem rap, wasn't it? Years ago. Sorry.
Give it a shot. I mean, you guys can see exactly what I'm doing.
I'm good, man.
We know
That's
what you're doing.
fine.
It's considered soliciting. So you're asking something for someone, right?
I'm not asking.
It's infuriating, especially when he's saying you're soliciting somebody's attention. I mean, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? It's like they're making shit up as they go along, guys. Literally making it up just to get you away, to get you off. Incredible.
Yeah, which
And again, props out to William for keeping his composure,
is
man.
just free
Was it a
speech.
time?
They're all consensual encounters. I'm not
A lot
harassing
of us wouldn't be
anyone,
able to
I'm
keep
not
our
loitering,
composure.
I'm not selling anything.
I would be taking the piss, yeah. A lot of
what
us,
is- what does
yeah.
that mean?
Because you could solicit people's attention.
So you're saying, so you're trying to turn free
Foolish
speech into
jobs worth
soliciting.
insecure lick spittles. Yeah, time. Absolutely.
I'm not selling anything. Soliciting has to do with
No, it doesn't.
selling
You can look
or
at it
offering a
right now.
service or offering a
You
product.
can Google it right now. I've done the research because I prepared for this.
So what is free speech then?
We're not talking about free speech. We're talking about soliciting.
You just stuck on this soliciting thing. You should have just rammed this down their necks, mate. That's what you should have done. The act of requesting something, especially money. So you're doing something for, and he's not soliciting nothing. What is he doing? He's talking to people, literally as they're going past. That's not soliciting. This guy is a moron, and he's really infuriating. This guy is even worse. He comes in with his 2 cents in a minute and makes things a lot worse. So you got these two clowns, dumber and more dumber.
Well, I'm doing free speech.
Okay,
And you guys are trying to turn my free speech into
Talking about
soliciting.
soliciting,
No,
sir.
but what you're doing is soliciting.
So if you
No,
wanna-
it's free speech.
Right? You're exercising free speech.
Exactly.
But in doing so, the act is soliciting. You see what I'm saying?
No. That's how you're turning.
What a load of bull! I'm sorry. If I was there, I would absolutely be flipping now. Listen to what these clowns just said.
We're not talking about free speech. We're talking about soliciting.
Yeah,
Well, I'm doing free speech.
Okay,
And you guys are trying to turn my free speech into
Talking about
soliciting.
Listen to what this clown says. Listen, it's unbelievable.
No, but what you're doing is soliciting.
So if you
No,
wanna-
it's free
Right?
speech.
You're exercising free speech.
You're exercising free speech.
But
Exactly.
in doing so, the act is soliciting.
The act is soliciting. What a knobhead. What a knobhead. I just can't deal with people like this in real life. Just complete imbeciles. Can't critically think. Hasn't got a single brain cell up there. He's probably got 2 that might be able to rub together. You might get a little bit of electric going up there, you know. But if you shook this guy, it'd sound like a baby's rattle. Honestly, that's how small. He's got a tiny little pea brain. And so is this guy.
You see
I would go to town on these 2 people. I would actually go to town. I can't wait to get myself into a situation like this, honestly.
No. That's how you're turning my free speech into soliciting.
Let's try this.
How can free speech, talking to someone, be... it's literally making my head hurt. Listen to these 2 clowns. Literally...
I'm trying to reason with you guys, you know.
Look at the definition of soliciting, and then you'll be clear. Because you know freedom of speech, we know freedom of speech, we know soliciting, but you don't know soliciting. So I think you should look up soliciting.
So what's the issue here? Is it me recording or is it me?
Soliciting.
I mean,
Solicit... Oh, just shut up with that word. Shut up, you silly clown foot. Shut up. You just don't know the word, don't know the meaning of the word, obviously. Where is this exchange going on? Where's the exchange going on, you retard?
okay, give me your definition of soliciting.
It's not my definition.
Oh, give me the definition of soliciting.
Definition of soliciting is you're asking people for something with the next patient.
I'm not asking people for anything. That's the point.
You're asking them questions.
I'm having consensual
You're
encounters.
asking him questions. What a dumb twat. Honestly, I would have to pack this dude up. I would have to pack him up, man. Pack him up. Get him out of here. You're an absolute idiot. You can see why these 2 are securities, right? They hire the most dumbest people on the plane. By far none. And then we got a couple right here, haven't we? This guy.
Which is free speech.
Okay, so hear me out. all right?
Yeah, I'm hearing you out. I'm trying to reason with you guys.
So
He ain't got nothing. You're saying free speech is soliciting. You're saying talking to somebody is soliciting. And this guy's just grinning, look. A couple of right twats. Again, if this wouldn't happen in the UK, man. This would not happen in the UK. You know what the UK people will say? Fuck off, you couple of dickheads. Get the fuck away from me now. That's what would happen in the UK. And they wouldn't be able to do shit all about it either. Sorry for the language. I mean, this does really infuriate me, though. This is why you got to give respect out to to William for his composure and keeping it calm, because as I say, people in the UK wouldn't tolerate this. We tell them to fuck off, come back with the police, and then we tell the police to fucking do one as well, because you've got no right. You've got no privacy in public. That's end of story. You can film wherever you want on a public path, and this is public roads, paths. This guy is just grinning because he knows his mate's talking absolute bullshit.
We allow it within reason, right?
Which I'm not blocking the sidewalk. I'm not.
That's true.
Exactly. You know.
That's true.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm trying to go through that. I don't want to become an issue because we've dealt with this many times. We have people set up a tripod and do the same exact.
I mean,
thing.
if they're selling,
we've had people have petitions, which clearly is protected.
Yeah.
Right. But you know what they have to do? They set up a booth.
Yeah.
And they set them up in a public area because it's your right.
It's not a booth. He's got a tripod with a camera, and it's just him. Take the camera off the ground, and then they haven't got nothing on you. What? I'm just standing here talking? How can that be soliciting? Free speech is now soliciting. That's what I would do. I'd work out, if I was William, try and get this tripod off the ground. Because then, literally, they've got nothing. They've got no excuse. They can't say nothing or do anything.
We have public view.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Or publicly visible because there's private property, and they put you somewhere, right? And you know what they tell you? You cannot say anything. You're not allowed to.
So you're not allowed to use your free speech
because you're on private property. So
it's not private,
it's like, the idea is like if someone's to your house, right?
Yeah.
I know it's not public accessible,
right.
But you still, since it's private.
Ask all these people in the back here, do you think this is a private road or a public road? Ask every single one of them. Do you know what their answer is going to be? We all know what the answer is going to be. Except for these two couple of clown feet.
Still have the right to kick someone out.
This is nobody's house, though. This is open to the public. My house is not open to the public.
I get you, but if you let someone else in.
That's me letting them
open
in.
House,
Because it's private. I have to let them in.
I said it's open house. Right?
I didn't have to ask for permission to come in here.
Listen, if I said it's open house, right?
Stop talk, bro. Bro, stop talking. Your words are meaningless. You're as dumb as two fucking rocks put together. I mean, just stop talking to me. I don't want to hear another word, sound, vowel, fucking adverb from your mouth. Be quiet, security. You're just a security guard, slaving yourself out 12 hours a day. Shut up. That's what I would say to him.
Comparing apples to oranges.
I'd make him feel so small and insignificant, right, and stupid and dumb that he would be scared to open his mouth. That's how I'd make him feel. Because this is unacceptable. This behaviour from these clowns with egos and bloody a badge, right? And no, I don't think they hold guns, do they? Radios and shit, you know.
You're comparing private property to something that's publicly accessible. Even if it's privately owned, it's publicly accessible.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
But it's publicly accessible.
Open house is publicly accessible, right?
So is
You're absolutely right, Level. You're absolutely right. But I'd put these two guys' heads together and you still wouldn't have one functioning brain. You wouldn't. You only have half of a brain.
That's why I'm not going inside stores, because I understand. That'll be causing a disturbance inside the store. Yeah, I'm on a public accessible sidewalk. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Publicly accessible, but it's still private.
I know, Tone.
Yeah, but it's
property.
It's actually, this has now become harassment, right? This has actually now become harassment. They're now harassing him. And we were saying this, I think Tone was saying it, I was saying it, actually in the chat live. We were saying this has now become harassment. This is unacceptable. Because they just don't stop. They just keep on until they call the police.
As rules.
So I understand maybe after hours, 10 p.m. from out here, obviously you got to leave, right?
Well, not even, because say if there were people right in this area doing the exact same thing you were doing, right? We would still tell them to leave.
No, I understand.
Because what they're doing is soliciting. You are exercising free speech, and I understand that because you're saying you got your whole setup, and I respect that. That's freedom. That's First Amendment. Right. That's elementary.
Right.
But what you're doing is soliciting isn't exclusive to selling. So I don't have to sell you something to solicit something to you. Right?
But
because I can be walking around with a Bible and I can.
Here he goes, making up shit as he goes along. We know the definition of soliciting. You obviously don't, numbnuts. You obviously don't. Telling me that words and speaking to someone is soliciting. You're a fucking idiot.
I
I could be standing here.
And your clown mate over there hasn't got a clue either. And now he's looking at you thinking, yeah, so just carry on the bullshit, bro. Just carry it on. We've nearly got rid of him. We just carry on a few more. Give him another 20 minutes. He'd be gone.
Like a setup, there's a setup over there on JCPenney. They got their whole little table with their Bible, and they're preaching the word, preaching the gospel, right?
Yeah.
Or they're getting people to sort of not buy into their message so much, but just listen to them. Right. I can solicit your attention. I can solicit your time. Right. So it isn't me selling you something. I'm sitting here. You got this question, right? You're asking.
And this is just made up. They've literally, if this is real, what he's saying now, they've literally made that up so people on the street can't film. That's what it's really about. They've literally made up a law, if this is real, what he's saying, to stop people from filming on the streets. While they're allowed to film you. They're allowed to film you, right? There's cameras up in every town, city, you walk past them all the time. You're being filmed all the time. But when someone from the public pulls out their camera, we get all this nonsense. Something's up, right?
Asking people questions.
And again, it's a consensual encounter, which is not illegal.
Like,
it's a right.
It's a right. Understand that. It's consensual. I'm not.
Hey, Ricardo.
It's consensual or non-consensual. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, Ricardo was there as well. Ricardo was in there. Yeah, it pissed everyone off, didn't it? We was getting really angry in there. All everyone watching was like, yeah, it's frustrating, man, because these guys are just clueless. That's the thing.
If anybody's talking to each other, is that soliciting?
If what?
If anybody's talking to each other, is that soliciting?
What do you mean?
Like if two people like them, if they're talking to each other, they're talking to another person, just having a conversation, like all these people that are over there, is that solicit? No. Or is that free speech?
No, because they're all here. They're all partied together.
So they can't talk to. They can't talk to a stranger.
So if I'm here with my family, right?
Yeah.
And I'm talking to them, right? That's not soliciting.
But
right?
But say somebody else asks you a question.
But if I'm going around, right, we have no connection to each other.
Okay, so let's say somebody asks for the time because they don't have a phone.
So what? It doesn't matter. This guy's basically saying you can't talk to anybody on the street. You're not allowed to talk to anyone on the street that approaches you, or you can't talk to someone, ask them to. No, you're not allowed to. That's soliciting. You're soliciting, right? It's ridiculous. We live in a clown world, and it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. Imagine what 2025 is going to be like.
They start talking about sports, for example, like because that's where the conversation went. Okay. Are you saying they're soliciting because they asked for the time, and now they're having a conversation? No, that's free speech. That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm just asking a question, and then we're just having a conversation.
You keep going back to free speech. I'm not arguing against free speech.
Well, then I don't know why you guys are.
Yes, you are, because you're redefining what soliciting is, and you're bringing free speech into it. You just said it. You stupid idiot.
Yeah.
It's because you don't understand soliciting. You already told us you didn't understand because you said.
No, I understand soliciting, and again,
you're redefining the word so people can't film. That's what you guys are doing.
That's what I'm saying.
Trust me, I did my research. I even looked at your code of conduct as well.
I'll be back in a sec, guys.
I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, so then what did the code of conduct say about filming?
Nothing. It just says you can't unnecessarily block walkways. That's the only thing. And I'm not unnecessarily blocking anything.
We can get you a copy of it right now.
If you want, you could give me a copy.
If it says it's no filming, would you leave?
I mean, you could give me a copy of the policy.
Saying, if it said no filming,
well, that would be.
Would you leave because it's in the policy?
Well, that would be infringing on my rights, and if I'm threatened with arrest, I will leave.
Okay. So, I don't understand your point. So,
yeah, if I'm gonna be threatened with arrest for not leaving for filming in public.
We're not threatening arrest. We're just trying to do our job.
No, I understand. Your job is to observe and report any crimes. And there's no crime here.
That's not what we do. So we're not cops.
No, that's why you just observe and report. Exactly. You report to the law enforcement to enforce laws.
To enforce law, but to also enforce the policies of this private establishment.
Police, they're law enforcement for a reason. They're not supposed to enforce policies. They're supposed to enforce the law.
That's why we're here.
That's why.
That's what I'm saying.
No, but what?
Of the property gives us the right to reject you.
If I'm breaking the law.
No.
If you're in violation of the policy of this private establishment.
I'll be honest. If someone was sitting down on the bench, I'm being technical.
A lot of people, everybody uses their phone and records. Like, I don't understand why that's an issue. Everybody's recording.
It depends. So
it depends why.
Yes, they articulate it, right? They articulate it in the policy. they encourage people to film themselves.
Yeah.
Right. They encourage people like to document what they're doing in the mall.
Yeah. By the way,
But they also have us. They expect us to monitor what kind of film is going on. Like if you're filming people, right?
Yeah.
You're in public, but you're not on public property. So you don't have the same. We can eject you because hey, yeah, you can film yourself, take a selfie, but you're filming the property. We don't necessarily allow that. If you're filming our cameras,
but this is again, if you can't, and there's no expectation of privacy in public, and this is open to the public.
La 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 la. Jack's streaming. Jax, how you doing, Jax? Good morning. Good morning, John. Everybody, appreciate you turning up. I've got to go pop to the shop, guys. Literally, the shop's like a minute away from me. It's just over the back there. I've got to go and get some milk. I've just run out of milk. So I'm going to be about 10, 15 minutes.
you know that.
No, I know that because
So you're not in public.
there's a lot of government buildings that are privately owned, but again, they're open to the public. It's the same thing. That's what I'm trying to get at. Even if this was privately owned, it's during business hours when it's open to the public.
If we brought the code of conduct,
You can show me the code of conduct. I'll take a look at it. I did look at
I
it.
believe you saw the part where it said video and photography. Did you see that part?
I did not see that part. There was nothing on there that said no videoing allowed.
Exactly. So you didn't see it.
I didn't see that because it wasn't there.
Okay.
Now, if you could show me
But
that,
what
sure,
you're
I'll take a
telling
look
me
at it.
that you wouldn't care anyways, right? Because you're like the
No.
policy
Here's the
doesn't
thing. I would see it, but then at that point, I will be like, if it is there,
Hey,
I would
what's
say
up,
that's
John?
a violation of people's rights. That policy doesn't trump people's
That's
rights.
fair. That's fair. I mean, that's totally fair.
Yeah.
It's funny enough, I would watch a lot of like first male auditors
There
and
you
stuff
go.
like that.
Yeah.
So I'm familiar. I'm not sure what your goal is today. Is it
Just literally just to have a conversation with people.
conversation?
Yeah.
What is it about, if I may ask?
I mean, you guys want to give it a shot?
I'm just curious, just so like if our boss asks, we can articulate what you're actually doing.
It actually has a conversation with basic physics. Basic physics, water in specific.
Gotcha. So
Yeah.
like you're challenging like
People's perception, people's, yeah, exactly.
Okay. So
That's it.
Okay. For sure.
Yeah, I'm telling you, nothing wrong. I'm gonna tell you this.
That's fair.
Yeah.
And honestly, our point of view, because like you have experience, I have a lot of experience here too. I've been working here for 2 years.
Okay.
And there's never been a time that someone in your position has like not got removed from the property, and I don't like doing that.
Right.
None of us want to do that. We try to reason and communicate. That's what we try to do the best, right? So we had a vlogger get arrested and posted on his YouTube.
But was he harassing people? Was he doing?
He was doing the same thing you're doing, right?
Okay.
He had a tripod and he was filming, right?
Okay, but
And he got arrested, right?
what was the charges
Trespassing.
for filming?
It's trespassing. So
That will be discrimination. If there's no trespass from public, will have to be a secondary charge.
But
You would have to be causing a disturbance or something to then be
understand-
trespass from public.
Yeah, and that can be disturbance is determined.
So what was the initial
owner.
charge before trespass?
This
What
is
did
what-
he do wrong
this is
that
what
broke
I'm
the
saying.
law?
That's what I'm saying, right? We don't have to give a reason to, technically.
Well, that would be discrimination. Again, you can't just kick anybody out just because you don't want them there. There has to be.
That's what private property is.
Again, if it's open to the public, it's public during those business hours.
Okay, so explain the difference between public and private property.
Private property is like your house, literally nobody has access to that. And public, it's anything. I didn't have to ask for permission to come in here. That's one of my. That's why it's open, because it's open to the
Someone
public.
owns the property,
It's still private property.
and you don't get to make the decisions for what is allowed here. They do, and then we enforce those
Decisions cannot trump people's rights. So I understand no bikes here because obviously it could
they
cost.
allow you to do it, but they have to set up. I told you.
But again, I don't feel like I need to ask for permission to exercise my rights.
I know you
That's a
don't.
contradiction. You know what I'm
If
saying?
you're in public, yes. If someone said you're in front of a public library, you need to set up.
But this public sidewalk leads to the public library,
Okay.
making it public.
So
you know what I'm saying?
But we told you
gave
that
you
the
options.
property of the library is public.
We said you go
so
to
that's
public,
where you can sit.
and you'd be only a few feet
But
away.
this sidewalk leads to. That's why it has to be
But
open
it-
to the
but
public.
It's not,
It's not
it's
public.
not public.
So how can
When the
people
mall
walk to the
closes-
library?
When the mall
What are you
closes,
talking about?
listen,
How can people get to the library without walking through this public sidewalk?
when the mall
They
closes,
use this private sidewalk.
Oh, so they have to ask for
get
permission to get to this sidewalk to get to the library?
Not at all. It's where you're.
Why don't they have to ask for permission?
What do you mean?
Why don't? If it's private, why doesn't anyone have to ask for permission to be here?
Because this private property,
If the
right?
mall
Private
closed-
doesn't mean closed, right?
No,
that's,
no.
That's not what I'm saying. Because you're starting to confuse
No, no.
the two, right? It's
really
private
semantics.
property is not the same thing
We
as
get it.
closed property.
It's semantics.
You understand what I'm saying?
No, because okay, you're saying it's private property, but my question is, how did people get
You know
to
how.
walk
That's-
through
that's
here.
not even a
Use
real
their
question,
legs,
right?
okay?
Exactly, because it's open to the public. They didn't have to ask for permission.
Okay, so you're right by saying it's open to the public.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But you're not understanding when I'm saying it's private property.
That's
Still.
the
You see what I'm
I
saying?
get it. It's
Being
private
open to the
property,
public
but
doesn't make
but
it
expl-
public.
but explain
you
it
don't
to
have
me,
the
right?
exactly the same right.
do you guys realize what if it's open to the public, that doesn't make it public. That doesn't make any
Exactly,
sense.
exactly.
Because it's
Explain it
private
to me.
property.
If it's open to the public, then it is open to the
explain it to me.
public.
Explain
Yeah, but
to
it's
me,
not
right?
public property.
I mean, it's
Public
in the
property-
name. If it's open to the
No,
public,
public
then
property is
it.
owned by the
not.
public. That means you pay taxes.
No, I understand what you're saying. Like,
This is
okay,
not owned by
But
the
you
public.
don't because
No.
because you keep reiterating everything like the exact opposite of what we're
Yeah.
telling you.
again, your issue is that I'm filming and I could be arrested for filming on private property. But
It's
again,
soliciting, maybe.
everybody is literally filming. Not everybody, but a lot of people film nowadays
Soliciting
when they're
is
at.
the main thing.
Okay, soliciting again. What do you mean by soliciting? Having a
You already
conversation?
explained what soliciting meant.
So okay, I'm just gonna.
But you haven't looked at the
Okay,
definition for
so-
yourself. So that's part of the reason why you have this
So I've been.
confusion here.
Let me just explain something real quick. I've been removed here. I've been, illegally trespassed here,
Okay.
and I went to court. And the district attorney, again, if you want to contact the district attorney's office,
Okay.
they will explain everything to you.
Okay.
The case haven't been filed. They're not gonna file
Okay.
because they
I
know
believe
that.
it.
Yeah,
Did the charges get dropped?
yeah.
Okay, cool. Did you still have to leave?
No. Well, that day they arrested me. They took me.
Okay.
But
So what do
again,
you think
they
is
violated my
going
rights. I'm gonna definitely follow up with that. Now, if you guys want to do that again, I'm not gonna looking to get arrested. I will leave under threat of arrest, but it needs to be articulated to me first. And you guys obviously are not law enforcement. But if you guys really want me to leave, then you're gonna have to have law enforcement
understand.
threaten me with arrest, and then I'll leave.
I totally get it. I'm not necessarily concerned about that.
Right. Right.
Because whether they drop the charges or not, you're just gonna keep getting removed. So
That's
I know you have an
right.
agenda. Our agenda is quite literally, hey, someone's filming, soliciting, all these different things in our code of conduct that you said is not in there. If it was in there or not, you wouldn't care. Right?
Well, I mean,
this is what I'm saying.
the fact that it's not even in there, that's
what
the
I'm saying,
point.
It is in there. We can bring you a copy right now.
I'll take a look at the copy, sure.
Whether it's in there or not, you wouldn't care, right?
Again, I
Because-
will leave under threat of arrest.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If it was in there or not, it wouldn't matter to you, would it?
I mean, to be honest, it would be good to see it because I haven't seen
You said
it.
it wasn't there, and that was your point of why.
I would like to see it though.
Yeah, okay. It's gonna be
So,
right here.
what were you saying about what you see about? You looked over the code of conduct. You
Yeah.
said that, right?
Yeah. There's nothing that says you can't film in here. It just says you can violate the law, which again you guys are trying to do, which is a little bit ironic. Violating my rights is breaking the law, but which is the first
I
rule.
want you to read this right here and let me know
Sure.
what it says.
Yeah, no photography or video allowed. Okay, let me see what else. No, let me read the rest.
okay.
Let me read the rest. Let me read the rest.
No, for sure.
You have a
Okay.
copy. Have
Let me
a
see. Let me
copy.
see. Where is it again?
All right.
Okay, no photography video is allowed. No performance of any term of entertainment allowed or written. Although management has been obtained. Okay, code of conduct and okay.
Okay. So.
Okay.
All right. So you told me that you read the code of conduct
Yeah, I read the code of
and
conduct.
you said that there was nothing that's explicitly told you.
Right, I checked
no
online.
Photography, no. Okay,
Yeah, I
but
did.
here
Can I-
am,
can I-
have
can I
code
hold
of
the copy?
conduct, right? Oh, for
Sure,
sure.
sure.
Yeah. Hold on to that. So there is something in writing.
I mean, the first one right there, violation of the law, which again, if you're not allowing people to record in public, then you're violating their rights. Oh, careful. You're violating their rights. You guys are violating your own policy at that point. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, so
Okay. So if I say, I don't know, put away the GoPro and the phone, right?
Right.
I didn't say that you have to stop talking, but by asking you not to film, am I still violating your rights? Would you be able to comply to
I mean-
that? Would you want to comply to that?
I mean, I would politely decline your
So
request
why is that?
because it's my right.
It's your right to
Yeah,
video
to freedom of press. Anywhere that is publicly accessible, I have the right to film.
in a public area. You have the right to
I mean,
I can't just walk into your house and be like, oh, it's open to the
same thing at
public,
the
and
grocery
then have you
store, right?
videotape
Right.
my
have you
house.
done that in the grocery store yet?
I mean, people recording grocery
Not
stores.
talking
If
about,
you
have you done this in the grocery store yet?
no, again, I don't go into
So why
because
not?
again, it could cause
So
a
why
disturbance
not?
inside
Why not?
because
Why
there's
is that?
there's
No,
flow.
no, but it
Answer
won't
the
though.
question.
It won't
Why
though.
haven't you?
Because
It's
there's flow of
public accessible.
traffic. There's flow of
Not even.
people.
You can stand by the door. You can stand in the
Actually,
back.
to be honest, I haven't tried it. You know,
Exactly.
I haven't tried it, but it doesn't
So
mean
this
it's
is
not.
like a grocery store. It's public accessible.
There's no sidewalks in this. That's a big. That's the
my
biggest
God.
difference.
You don't need a sidewalk to be.
There's no
public
sidewalk.
accessible.
No,
It can be
it's
free
public.
for the
It's publicly accessible, but there's no sidewalks there.
So a grocery store would be the same situation, right? It's open to the public.
Yeah, it's open to the public.
So this is open to the public too, right? Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you went
It's-
into,
it's a difference between
listen,
here-
if you went to Ralph's
Right.
and you went in there and they said, which a lot of times they have signs, right? I don't know if you've seen them. They say no
Right,
soliciting,
Right.
and they have a little camera icon.
Right.
What would you do in that situation? I'm just curious.
I understand no soliciting, but I'm not
just- I'm
soliciting.
asking
I
a
don't-
question. What would you do in that situation?
if
the scenario I just gave you, so grocery store routes,
right.
they have the sliding door, it's open to public. It says walk right in, anyone can come in.
Right.
Okay.
I can record my experience when I go shopping at a store. That's not illegal.
Listen. You're not answering the question.
So I don't
the reason
understand
why it's interesting because you're not applying your same logic to here, because it's public accessible, right? You said it has to have a sidewalk. Okay, fine. Let's throw a sidewalk in there. Now it has a sidewalk that connects to the public road, right?
Sure.
Okay, so it went public road to private property because they own the entire complex, right?
Yeah.
And now you're in routes. Public accessible doors let you in.
I actually have been to Target. Now that I remember that you guys reminded me. So no, I didn't. You could check my video on YouTube.
It depends.
I didn't get
some
kicked
Targets
out.
don't care. I know that. Sometimes that's
because they know Target. They know that people have rights to record.
Okay, yeah, so the grocery store. What would you do in that situation?
It's the same thing.
It's not.
I just haven't gone.
Not,
a grocery store is not appealing to me to go have conversations.
I'm not talking about opinion. I'm talking about objectively.
It's not the same thing.
What would you change? I'm talking about objectively, not talking opinions.
I'm talking objective.
Facts,
yeah,
right?
I'm going by the law.
So you said you wouldn't go in there. Let's say you did go in there. How would you address that? If they said no soliciting, like some grocery stores will say and have a camera icon with the
Again,
X.
I'll leave on the threat of arrest.
Okay. Cool.
That's
Cool. So we had to basically say, hey, you got to leave. We're just going to arrest for trespassing, and then you would leave, and then file something.
And then file some complaint with the police department.
Okay.
Exactly.
Sure.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So,
Again, I'm not looking to get arrested. I will leave on the threat of arrest.
No, I understand. Like, it's fair. I've seen this stuff before.
Right.
We just don't want to go that route.
No, I trust me, I don't either. But if it needs to go that route, again, then it needs to go that route. You know what I'm saying?
I understand.
Sure.
It's just interesting because, like,
I mean, you could say
you were pretty good at first, and so you contradict yourself. Like you almost you were pretty good, but you contradict yourself like a couple times, and then you didn't know the difference of soliciting. So all I would do.
I would say it's free speech, but
I know, but it's not about what you say. It's about the law, right?
Well,
So
law protects free
which
speech.
Is written, which is
which
literature,
protects free speech,
interpreted, which is defined,
and it protects free speech.
And a word like soliciting would have to be defined. And if you can't define that, do you even know your own rights? That's what my challenge would be to you.
You're saying soliciting is having a conversation.
Listen, I'm not saying soliciting. I'm saying soliciting is soliciting.
Okay, give me the definition of soliciting again.
Go look at it. That's what I'm saying.
I don't think you know it. That's why. I think you're just saying soliciting. And
I googled this before, and I googled for situations like this because people commonly think soliciting means money or selling it. It doesn't. So all I'm saying is like, hey, we get what you're doing. We're cool with that. I just think it's ironic how you contradict yourself and like you don't know the definition of soliciting, but yet.
I know the difference between soliciting and free speech, and I'm doing free speech.
But they're not mutually exclusive. That's what I was telling you, right? That they're not. You can exercise free speech and still be soliciting, right? It's not one or the other, right? They're not mutually exclusive. That's what I'm saying to you. Because when I say you're soliciting, you're saying no, I'm exercising free speech. But what I'm saying is
free speech is your soliciting. Is what you're saying.
No, wrong. Because I can sit here and say dogs are fluffy. I'm exercising free speech, but I'm not soliciting, right?
So you can't ask a question, is what you're saying.
I'm not even saying that.
I mean, that's the only difference between that statement and this question.
Because look, you just said I'm making a movie. I'm doing the whole entertainment thing, right? Because you're making a movie, right? That's what
I mean, this is not. It's not
documented.
Sure, it's being documented. Yeah,
right? It's gonna go on your channel, right?
It's just it's free press,
right?
But yeah,
whether
which is
whether
First
it
Amendment
be
protected.
To entertain, whether it be to inform,
right?
Whether it be to persuade,
to even to just give a tour as well of
forming a body of work, right?
Which we have the right to.
Right, and that's what I'm saying, right? You have the right to do whatever you want in a public space, right? But
publicly accessible space.
No, public space, not publicly accessible space. Because remember, remember.
Hey, block.
So I'm on the sidewalk. I've been on sidewalks on stores, and they don't harass me.
I have to
understand.
Because, but look, by your logic,
again, inside there's no sidewalk inside. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But here's what I'm saying. You said.
I mean, it's just just aisles, I guess you could say.
So when we pulled up, we initially said we don't have a problem with what you're doing, right?
Right.
And I said you can, while you're exercising your right and all that stuff, you're on private property, right? You're on.
Where's one man and his detector, Simon? I've noticed he ain't been in for the last couple either. What, Simon ain't coming in here as well? Hey, what's up, Slow? Simon's got no reason not to.
So I get that you're saying, oh, First Amendment this, and I'm not soliciting and all this. And you said all these things, right? That you read the code of conduct, which wasn't true because you would have saw it.
Hey, Baron.
You're exercising free speech, and by doing that, you're not soliciting, which I said, again, also not true.
I would say that's your opinion.
No,
to,
no,
you
it's
know,
not even. It's not even. You said, and it's on your cameras, right? That I read the code of conduct, and there was nothing in there that said yada yada yada, and then I had you read it out to me.
Sure.
Right? So it's documented. It's facts. It's
sure. I didn't see that online. But now you're showing me, sure, okay, I see that it says no video, but I would say that policy is infringing on people's rights that are out here.
But it's not. But it's not infringing on people's property, right?
On rights.
We're not infringing on anyone's rights.
Again, freedom of press is a right. That's my point.
It is a right. But what I'm saying is...
is there a boycott? Did I miss it? I don't know, John. I don't know. Still a bit silly to me. I can see where Brendan's coming from, but, you know, if it's little jabs and stuff, yeah, I can see that. But if it's constructive criticism, but Brendan don't see it like that. Brendan said it's been going on for a while. But I know Honor's sense of humour, man. Honor's got an edgy sense of humour. He's always digging, right? That's what Honor does. It might get too much if it's at the same person all the time. I get it. I get that. But Honor's coming from experience of playing the guitar. Brendan learning the guitar. So there's going to be some sort of thing going on there, right? I don't know what it's got to do with Simon, one man detector, but he stopped coming in because of it. I don't know. It's silly, guys. It really is. You guys are both of you older than me. Both older than me.
On private property, right? And the whole time when I say that, you're like, oh, but it's publicly accessible because people get to use the sidewalk to get to this, and I didn't have to ask permission to walk into
exactly
area,
because
right?
it's publicly
so
accessible.
Saying, but it's not public property.
But
and that's
it's publicly accessible because again nobody has to.
What's up, chill?
Now you're comparing apples to oranges.
It's not a police station. It's not a public library. It's not a government building. You're confusing all those
things. This private sideway leads to the public library. It has to be open to the public.
Because now you're comparing apples to oranges.
No, I'm going.
It's you now doing this because you're saying public property, publicly accessible property. They're different.
I don't know if you noticed, I haven't coughed once this morning. For the last 3 days, I haven't smoked anything, no wake and bake for the last 3 days, right? I've started to smoke from 12 o'clock onwards. And then I've halved my tobacco through that time as well. And it's made such a difference. I woke up this morning, I didn't cough once. I've had a couple of little coughs, but nothing really. But that's just by doing that. There's 4 hours in the morning and halving the tobacco, what you actually do smoke during the day. And that's just 3 days.
I mean, it's public. You're trying to say private property is something that's publicly accessible. It's private property, so therefore it's not public, even though it's publicly.
The public doesn't own
but that
it.
doesn't make any sense, though. But it's publicly accessible.
How does it not make sense? So explain it to me, please. No, stop. Explain it to me, please.
Okay, again.
What is the difference? I'm asking you
between what?
What is the difference? Okay. Between private property. Okay. Right. And public property.
I'll tell you the difference between private property is that you have to ask for permission.
Oh, thanks a lot, Block. Thanks a lot. You're meant to give me a bit of encouragement. Yeah, well done, Banner. Well done. You're doing well. Keep it going for 4 days, Banner. You know, a week, you might impress me. But not like, you still sound terrible. You still sound like shit to me.
To go on private property. I didn't have to ask for permission.
Like you do make me laugh.
Will you tell me the difference then?
Okay, so the difference.
Exactly.
The difference.
So that's the difference. So
the difference between private property.
Exactly.
Look, the difference between private property.
No. It's open to the public. It doesn't matter who owns it. It's open to the public.
But that's where you're wrong, because it does matter who owns it, right? So here's what I'm saying.
If you're open to the public, you have to respect people's rights. That's the way the law works.
The difference between private property and public property, like you just said, it's who owns it.
No. It's you have to ask for permission. Private property, you have to ask for permission to go in.
To deny that, right?
And nobody has to ask for permission to go in here.
How long has this gone on for? I mean, when do they turn up around the 20-minute mark? They literally turn up around 20 minutes of this video, and we're 45 minutes in. So they've been here harassing William for like 25 minutes, guys. And it still carries on. We've still got another.
You tell me the difference.
Like I said, you can have an open house, right? Are you asking if people have permission to go to an open house to see it?
They're open to the public. Open houses. You just contradicted yourself.
Look, all right, so look.
Okay.
You gotta make it sense.
You said you were in Target.
Yeah, on the
right?
sidewalk.
Did you have to ask permission to walk into Target when it was
No.
open to the public?
No.
Would you say that that's public property?
It's open to the public. It's private, but it's open to the public.
That's not what I asked you. Is it public property?
I mean, when it's during business hours.
Answer the question.
I mean, it's privately owned.
public?
I understand that it's privately owned.
So you do now understand.
But when they're open to the public, they have to respect people's rights.
Okay, but
they don't have the right to just search people.
All right, so look, let's check this out.
So it changes
Because people have the right to privacy.
Okay, but you just answered.
They don't have the right to search people because they have to respect people's rights. They can't just search people randomly when they go into Target.
We're not searching you.
Exactly. Just so you guys can't stop me from filming. Just so you guys can't search me.
But we can.
But you guys are infringing my First Amendment. Just like you can infringe on my Fourth Amendment, which is my right to privacy. You guys can't infringe on my First Amendment either.
We're not.
Yeah, chill off half the tobacco, mate. So, like, still kind of the same size, but just put a bit more weed in instead to make up for it, right? But definitely halving the tobacco. I think what's helps more chill is not smoking till 12 o'clock. That wake and bake, I've got to cut it out because I'm just coughing way too much of what I usually do. So. And that's just from doing that in the morning. So, yeah, it needs to come down. So that's what I'm doing at the moment. That's what I say. I've been up quite early. I haven't smoked anything yet. Not a single thing. Not even a roll up. Nothing. I'm gonna try and last that out till 12. So another. Yeah.
No. I understand.
Be able to do that.
Exactly. But for the same logic that you guys can't infringe on my Fourth Amendment, you guys can also infringe on my First Amendment. What gives you the right to infringe on my First Amendment, but not my Fourth Amendment?
Okay, so somebody taking a selfie, right? Because you said freedom of press.
Freedom of press, exactly. People have the right to document.
Yeah, it's just normal rolling tobacco, right?
Yeah. Especially if they put it online. Anything that's recording or documenting, it's press. Especially with a camera. That's what
they've started adding to the tobacco. Yeah. Want some organic tobacco, David? I would be interested,
I'll wait
John.
for him.
Would be interested, for sure.
Yeah.
So I know exactly where that's come from. So
Your logic, because it's like you're contradicting yourself so many times.
No, you guys are contradicting yourself. You guys are again.
We're not. But
I would like to taste what organic tobacco. The difference, right? I bet there's a huge difference between organic and like the stuff you buy in shops, right? Of all the additives and shit.
The difference from private property and public, you're saying it changes based on the accessibility. That's not true.
Right.
That is a huge difference.
But for some reason you're confusing it. I don't know why. Because you just like something being accessible to the public doesn't make the property now the owner has changed. Oh my gosh. Now
Jaxie's daughter is in Australia. Nice. Whereabouts is she, Jax? Anywhere near Brisbane? Sunshine Coast, anywhere down near there? That's where I was. That's where I went down there. It's lovely.
Private owner. I mean, not private owner. But people own the property private.
I'll speak to that.
Yeah, we'll see.
No. How's it going?
Hi, good. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing good. So I'm just conducting a constitutionally protected activity. You know, just filming out in publicly accessible area, not blocking the sidewalk, and that's pretty much it.
And what did they explain to you?
They were saying that apparently it's privately owned, but I was trying to tell them that it's publicly accessible. I didn't have to ask for permission to come in here because it's accessible to the public.
Right.
Right.
So,
But I mean, that means that they don't have the right to infringe on people's rights
okay.
from a public area.
But it is public or it is private property. The mall is.
Right.
This over here would be public.
Right.
Because it's not owned by the.
Then we got Lev saying they have bad reviews for organic tobacco too. Not tried it myself, but the reviews made it sound just as bad. I suppose no tobacco's really good, is it?
Victoria Gardens
Yeah,
property. You can set your stuff up over there.
I wish I could just smoke blunts. You know, just pack it up, pack it in, let me begin, right? Just a Philly blunt style, right? Just pure weed in a wish I could smoke it like that. I really do.
They do have a right. They do have policy and procedures because it is owned privately. So it is accessible to the public. You are correct, but it is privately owned, so they can act as a part.
I would say that if I'm kicked out for filming, obviously in the publicly accessible area, I would say that's an infringement.
Oh, she's
on
in
my rights.
Perth. okay.
Because again, everybody has the right to record when they're out
back in July, they could decide whether
every
to
store here
stay
has
in or
cameras.
come home.
You know, they didn't have to ask for my
What's the
permission
coin?
to film me when I'm walking through here.
That's wicked.
You know, people
That's
have the right to
wicked.
walk through here and they're being filmed because we're out in public.
Right. I don't
Yeah.
believe that's the same thing though.
I mean, they film for their.
So
Okay.
so they have cameras here, you know, for in the event that something happens.
For protection, right? For the same reason I record as well.
I wouldn't necessarily say for protection.
For safety, I guess you could say safety. For
It's
safety
just
reasons.
surveillance, so in case something happens, we have cameras. That
And then
we can-
that's part of the reason why I film as well, because it's my right, and also just in case something happens, in case my rights get violated, I want to make sure that I document that. You know what I'm saying? So it's my right to document
So
my.
what they had told me though is that they just asked you to simply move to another location that is accessible.
It's gonna make my voice.
It's not private property.
Right.
Look,
they did
my
tell me-
voice ain't that bad, is it? Come on. It ain't that bad. Yeah, it's southern. It's a bit cockney. It's a bit. I suppose you got loads of different words for my voice, but come on, Block. It ain't that bad. It ain't. You remember, I'm 52, dude. Come on.
Yeah, apparently by where those light posts are, right?
Correct.
Yeah, but I guess again, I will leave.
But Block's making it as if I've got a really bad voice, and if I smoke anything, it's going to make it 100 times worse than what it already is. It's already bad enough, according to Block, my voice. It's terrible. But I don't blame you, Block. You know, when you listen to like Jax and Vertec, they really articulate, right? Me, I don't. I just use slang. So
Under threat of arrest, because I'm not trying to get arrested. I just want to make that clear.
We're not trying to arrest you either,
Yeah,
man.
but
they just simply want you to move to an area that is not public. Or
I understand their request, but I will politely, because I would say I'm not violating the law here. And you guys are law enforcement.
You're
you guys are
not.
supposed to
You're
enforce
not.
law, not policies. And again, my
But
rights, infringing on my rights, will be breaking the law.
But this is their property, so we act as an agent for them because they do not have peace officer powers to make arrests.
No, I understand
Does
that.
make
I
sense?
understand that
so
part.
they call us over here,
Right.
Because they asked you
And-
to move to an area that is not private property.
Yeah.
Which is just a little bit over there.
And then
if
the reason for that is because I'm filming, and I would say that I'd be infringing on my rights, which
they
will be.
have- They have policy and procedure.
you sound like Barry White, my friend.
Yours, it's everybody
I understand the
else.
policy, but that means that nobody else can film them
Hey,
when
Nobody
they're.
else will. If they do,
I'm
they
Barry
talk to
White.
I mean, I see people filming all the time when I walk here. People are using their phones, they're recording themselves, they're recording, taking pictures. That's what people
It
do.
would be a little bit different than I believe what you're doing. You know?
I mean, there's no difference between someone taking a picture in public and me just,
What is it
recording.
that you're doing?
Oh, just having a conversation with people about basic physics, and that's it. Making people think a little bit. That's it.
Well, like I said, so there's people that do record or things like that, but they're not necessarily doing what you're doing. What you're doing is not wrong, but they do not want it on their property.
And I would say that discrimination at that point, and that will be violating my
Say
rights.
whatever it is, whatever you want it
Yeah.
to be. I mean, however you feel.
This guy, he's just a fucking clown. These two are just. Why are you still standing there? Why don't you two just piss off? That's what I was. Look, now the real sheriffs turn up. You two clown feet can go away. You're irrelevant. Go away. You've come here, said your nonsense. Now go away. You're irrelevant to it now. Now the police, the real police, have turned up.
So you have a right to your feelings and your opinion.
Well, it's not my feelings. It's the law. It's the First Amendment, free speech and free
Right.
press
Right.
from
But
publicly
they're just-
accessible
they're just
areas.
asking you to move over there. That's it.
I understand that. I was already almost done here anyway. But again, I'm not looking to get arrested. But if I decline to go over there, what will happen then? Would you
They
threaten
would
me?
ask you to leave the property.
And if I refuse to leave the property, because
Well,
obviously
then
that would be
we come here and we tell you, hey, look.
so under threat of arrest, I will have to leave. And I
We'll
would.
give you the opportunity to leave.
No,
you
yeah.
leave, and then if we have to come back.
No, I would
then
leave.
at
I
that
would
point-
leave under threat of arrest, and then I would just have to get you guys' badges numbers, and then I will follow up with a complaint after that.
Okay.
I mean,
if
sure.
you want, yeah, you can
I mean-
speak to a supervisor if you need to, so you don't even have to bother.
Sure,
with
I
the
actually
complaint.
spoken to the supervisor of Rancho Cucamonga as well
Okay.
before. I've spoken to him before. I don't know his name exact. I forgot his name.
We
but
have-
I
we
have.
have a lot.
Okay, sure. I spoke to one of the supervisors, and I mean, he didn't disagree with me. Again, you don't have to take my word. But if you want to get a supervisor on the phone, maybe ask him.
I'm
Or
not disagreeing with you.
Right.
I'm just acting on behalf of them because
Right.
this is their property.
Yeah.
And they have rules and regulations that they don't control. They just work for the property.
Right,
You know what
but
I mean?
rules-
So they're just enforcing it.
just like the fact that they don't have the right to just search anyone.
Who owns this? Who owns it then? That's what I would want to know. Tell me who owns this private public sidewalk. Who owns it? That's what you should be getting down to. Who owns it? Who owns the public sidewalks? Come on, guys.
When they want,
ridiculous.
Right? The Fourth Amendment protects us from being violated. The First Amendment also protects me from.
You probably end up. It's just a government owned by the government. That's probably where it, you know, and they're just making up crap as they go along.
Documenting my experience in publicly accessible areas. I understand it's private, but it's open to the public.
It is. You're right.
Exactly. And that means I have the right to record and document my experience here. Isn't that right?
No, because it's private property and they do not.
So now they can discriminate on whoever they want, basically, at that point. Oh. They're wasting their own time. I mean, I guess, but.
No, they ask you to just move over there.
No, I understand that part, but.
You know?
Oh no, I understand that. No, I just want to make sure that, you know, if you guys want me out, I understand. You know, if you guys want to threaten me with arrest, I will leave.
It's not a threat.
I know you guys are asking me, and I'm refusing politely.
Just to make it clear for everyone, also the mall offers options for.
No, he was telling me that. Oh, they have to ask for permission.
Make it clear.
Sure.
They organize stuff for it. Like I said, churches, they want to pass around flyers.
Right.
You know what they do?
They ask for permission. Yeah,
yes, but who owns the public sidewalk? This is what you should be getting to. Who owns it? Tell me who owns it first. I'm just.
Paper, they put you in a public accessible area.
Right.
Like you've been saying. In an area like this, but specifically by JCPenney's. And they allow you to be there. With a sign.
What's the difference between here and there, if I may ask?
I'm not saying it's different. I'm saying they put you in an area you can be seen.
You just said it was a public accessible area, but not here, but over there.
They're not trying to put you somewhere like behind the wall. They're putting you somewhere where you can be seen. Okay, that's the point I'm making. I'm not making any other point besides that. So there's options for what you're doing.
Yeah.
Right, but you don't want to do it, correct?
Because it's a right. I shouldn't have to ask for permission. That's my point.
Okay.
For something that's in the First Amendment.
Option.
Yeah.
It was one being public, but there's also an option to be here. Okay, the measures close on the weekends. I'm sorry.
Bro, stop talking. You're showing your IQ. You're talking absolute gibberish. Now, why don't you and your mate scurry off under that rock? Go on, fuck off, both of you. Let me talk to the police lady here with the real authority. You two mongs, do one.
But that's another option. I just want to make it clear.
No, you did.
Bro, stop talking to me. That's what. Why are you still making noises? I can hear verbs and sounds and sentences coming from your stupid mouth. Now be quiet. Sorry.
Tell me that. Yeah. No, you did tell me. No, yeah, I appreciate that. You know, trying to explain yourself. Okay. You know, you're being pretty cool. You guys haven't been, heated, I guess, right?
Have you been able to make your point?
With you guys or?
Well, in general.
In general?
You said that, like,
oh, sure, yeah. I had a couple conversations already, consensual conversations. Again, they come up to me. I don't harass anyone. If people want to have a chat with me,
you're
again.
the one saying all of that. We're not accusing you of anything.
Sure.
I'm just saying, is your point being made? As far as,
as far as what?
To leave, you're saying that you're in a public area. I'm just asking if you've made your point in refusing to comply with them.
See, to all this stuff, they think he's trying to make a stand, a point, a First Amendment and all that. No, that's not the point. That's not the reason why William's there. William's there to have a conversation with people about physics. But they seem to be, are you making a point? Have you made your point yet? What a bunch of clowns. Come on, it's terrible over there, isn't it?
Conversation with us where we just told you, hey, just move over here.
Why you refuse to
these
comply?
couple of wallies here in yellow and black, just making it 10 times worse.
With policies that violate my rights, but again, if a law enforcement tells me to leave under threat of arrest, I will leave because again, I don't want my rights violated, but I also don't want to be arrested.
Okay, it's not about violating your rights. There's just rules here.
Again, but rules cannot trump people's rights. That's my point. Just like they don't have the right to just search anyone randomly because of the Fourth Amendment.
Well, they're not asking to do that. They're just simply asking you to move to a place that is not public or private property.
Yeah, so
they're asking you to move round the corner where there's nobody there, which makes it pointless. The whole thing that William's trying to do, get some real truths out to the part. What, down there, down some alley? You want me to go down there, but there's nobody? I mean, come on.
So now they're abusing my they're infringing on my First Amendment because apparently I can't. So what they're telling me is that I can't exercise my First Amendment here. I can exercise it over there, which doesn't make any sense to me.
It's public. It's public.
So does that mean that you guys have the right to search anyone that's right here and not anyone over there?
It doesn't matter, private or public.
No, what I'm saying is, if I'm here, do you have the right to just search anyone if you wanted to?
Search people
Exactly.
like
You need to suspect them of a crime first. Exactly.
Okay. So what's your point?
So my point is that I'm not breaking a law here. I'm actually exercising a right, which is the opposite of breaking the law. You know.
Are you missing my whole point here? It's private property.
But it's publicly accessible.
But it's public property over there.
This sidewalk has to be publicly accessible for people that want to go.
This is ridiculous. How can the bloody sidewalk path be private? This is where William needs to do some research and finds out who actually owns this public sidewalk. Who owns it? And then he'll have a bit of ammunition there to come back and say, well, no, this person owns it, blah, blah, blah. And you'll be able to... You probably have more ammo, right, to fire back with.
To the public library.
Because everyone's oblivious to who actually owns the sidewalk, right? They keep saying it's private. And over here, on this side here, that's public. That's okay. But so who owns it then? What, these people? I mean...
So if you were to leave this property and go over there on the sidewalk, it's publicly accessible and it's public property.
Right.
Even though this is open to the public, it's private property. Does that not make sense?
So there's a lot of government buildings that are privately owned, like USPS, city halls. They're all privately owned, and they're open to the public.
Right.
So my point is, when they're open to the public, people have the right to go in and record and exercise their First Amendment.
Right. But
Same thing here.
Asking you to leave because this
that will
is
be
privately owned, and they have the right to do
but just like the privately owned government buildings that are open to the public, when you're open to the public, you have to respect people's rights. Again, just like you can't search anyone just because you just...
Searching has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
No, it has to do with the Fourth Amendment.
Okay, we're not talking about the Fourth Amendment.
I'm talking about the Fourth Amendment.
It's parallel to the First Amendment.
Stop, police officer. Stop. See what you're trying to do. Wiggle out of it, talk around it. No, he's talking about the Fourth and the First Amendment. That's what he's talking about, you numbnuts. Because
they're there for a reason. They're there to protect us, the citizens, from tyrannical,
They're just asking you to follow the rules and procedures.
No,
I understand the rules, but the thing is that
this is what I mean. You don't follow any rules, you get all these clowns approaching you. You don't follow these rules, these ridiculous, stupid, draconian, retarded fucking rules. You get these clowns approaching you. Follow the rules. Just follow the rules. No, I don't follow rules. I follow my own rules, not yours.
To me is that if the rules violate people's... Let's say if they did have a rule says, oh, we have the right to search anyone that's in this property. That rule will be in direct violation of people's rights, even if they had...
Yeah, just walk over there in the middle of that field. Just go and do it over there. But, there's nobody there, just a couple of cows. Go over there and talk to the cows and the sheep in that field. That'd be fine. That's what it is.
Had it in paper, it still wouldn't...
What's your name?
My name's William.
William,
yeah.
Okay. They're not violating your rights, they're just simply asking you to move over there.
And that's my point. And if I refuse, then they are going to violate my rights.
No, they're just going to act as a private company, which
they're gonna,
they are.
And then they're going to basically...
Call us out here.
They're going to discriminate against me and violate my rights.
Nothing about discrimination. You want to make it about discrimination? That's on you. But that's not discrimination.
I mean, if I'm exercising the First Amendment,
procedures that they have here on this property.
But again, rules cannot supersede our rights.
No one's trying to violate your rights. They just simply asked you to move over there.
Well, that is violating his rights, asking him to move. These people are just so retarded, aren't they? And we're not violating your rights. We're asking you to move over there. Well, what is that then? If it ain't violating my rights, you dumb, extremely dumb lady. Come on.
That will be violating my rights.
It's just following the rules that they have on this property.
But again, the rules cannot refute. That's where I'm like we're kind of going,
Clowns.
So here's the deal.
Clown world full of clowns. Clown 1, Clown 2, and Clown 3.
Documentation. You could have been here with no issues, but you failed to do so. So that's what he was explaining to you.
No, yeah, I did explain that.
If you would have filled out the
Take care, Baron. Have a good day.
And went about it the right way, then you would have had your own little setup. No one would bother you. You do your thing until until the mall closes.
Right, right.
But the fact that you refused to do that and you didn't follow, the procedures that they have here, they're asking you to either move over there or leave the property. If you don't want to, if you refuse to do so, they then have the right
to violate my rights.
Make an arrest for trespassing because they've asked you to leave the property and they can't.
But why did they ask me to leave? Because I refused to obey them?
Because they have rules that say that no one can film.
But I understand the rules
without violating the proper paperwork, which you failed to do so.
So I understand the rules. For example, no skateboarding, no bikes, right? All that. I understand that because it's like a safety concern, right? I get it.
No, it's the rules.
Because the reason why it's a rule is because of a reason.
I would just stop the conversation and go, listen, love, fuck your rules.
I don't want my rights violated.
So just go over there then.
I would have to. He's just winding me up now.
Right, I get that.
And you can do whatever you want to do. This is privately owned. It's not trying to violate your rights. It's not trying to discriminate you. They're simply asking you to just move over there.
Right.
And you can do whatever you want.
I understand that, but again.
Look, where's the line? So where is this imaginary line? That's one side of it is private and the other side of it is public. Where is this You should ask her, William. You should say, can you show me this exact line then? Where's the boundary for the private and public? Like, 'cause it can't be too far down here, right? And then literally draw a line with chalk and set up right there. And then what you can do, you can bring out the old inhaler thing, right? The haler, right? And start, with the microphone and start projecting. You can really wind these up, can you? Find out the exact line, the public line, and then just go really over the top with it. That's what I would do.
You're just making it more difficult.
No. I feel like you guys are making it difficult. Again,
hey, what's up, Happy? What's up?
So if you can move over there, then we would be done and over.
Yeah, good morning, Sphere.
Okay. Again, if you guys wanna.
Good morning, Daniel.
Basically,
in the house.
Tell me to leave on the third. I'll leave.
We just want you to move over there. We're not even asking you to leave.
No, but that's the thing. I don't want to go over there. You know what I'm saying? The people over there wouldn't be able to read my sign. I wouldn't be able to have any conversations if I'm over there.
Why don't you fill out the proper paperwork and come back and do what you want to do right here or at JCPenney's or wherever they will accommodate you.
They will accommodate me. That's the thing. If it's a right, I don't feel like I need to ask for permission. That's my point.
Then go somewhere where it's public and
publicly accessible, which is right here. I didn't have to ask for permission to come in here. That's my main point.
Okay, what are we gonna do here? I'm wanting to know what you're gonna do here.
Sure.
Look,
okay.
He just wants you to threaten him with arrest, right? As soon as you threaten him with arrest, he can then start his own procedures, right? Taking all your badge numbers, and William can start doing his own thing against these guys, right? And I think if you notice, if I remember correctly, she doesn't threaten him with arrest. She talks around it, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
She won't say it. If I
refuse to go over there, right? Are you guys gonna threaten me with arrest if I don't leave? Because again, I'll leave on.
It's not a threat. It's just.
No. Let's say I'm refusing. I'm refusing to go over there. Okay. What happens now?
They're gonna ask you to leave. We're gonna tell you. So hey.
You have to leave, or
we'll
listen carefully. She will not threaten him with arrest. I mean, this is how stupid these people are.
Sure. Okay.
You multiple options.
If I refuse to go over there, right? Are you guys gonna threaten me with arrest if I don't leave? Because again, I'll leave on.
It's not a threat. It's just.
No. Let's say I'm refusing. I'm refusing to go over there. Okay. What happens now?
They're gonna ask you to leave. We're gonna tell you. So hey.
You have to leave, or
we'll leave. We'll give you the opportunity to leave.
No.
Don't leave. Then
no.
Say the word, love. Stop with your shifty shit and say the word. Right? We're not messing around. Just say it. Stop. Just stop it.
I want to make sure it's verbalized to me.
Yes, say it, because that's what that's what you're dodging. So you can go through your stupid procedure with these two mongs next to you.
If I need to leave on the threat of arrest, I will leave. Again, I don't want to be arrested, and I don't want my rights violated either.
Sure. If you do not go over there, they are asking you to leave, which you're refusing to do.
Yeah.
We are now telling you they do not want you here.
Okay.
We will give you the opportunity to leave.
Or
and if I don't leave,
and you stay here, then if they
see, she's just trying to long it out. She will not say it. She will not say it. See what she just did there? She had the perfect opportunity to say, yes, we will arrest you. But she just started saying incoherent words to long out a sentence. Listen, this is how retarded people are.
that if you do not go over there, they are asking you to leave, which you're refusing to do.
Yeah.
We are now telling you they do not want you here.
Okay.
We will give you the opportunity to leave.
And if I don't leave?
And if I don't leave, you're gonna...
Don't leave, and you stay here, then if they choose to press charges, then we will take you to jail for trespassing, yes.
Okay, so if I don't leave...
I'm gonna get arrested.
Then I could be going to jail for trespassing. Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly what I just said.
Right, yeah. So you just couldn't come out with that at the start, could you? You couldn't just say, if you don't leave here, you're gonna be arrested. Instead of going through all that nonsense.
Okay, can I get your name and badge number?
It's right here.
Yes.
I'm bad with...
Pappas.
Pappas. And badge number?
It's G9456.
G9456. And your name and badge number? I'm sorry? Cuevas. And badge number?
George 7731.
The 2803, what is that?
It's a badge number.
What's the badge?
We don't go off of that.
You guys don't go off of that?
The number
Yeah, you know what I mean, Jim? Land of the free, right? Land of the free. It's a fucking joke. Look at this, land of the free. Star Spangled Banner. Yeah, stick that up your ass as well.
they identify us as employees.
Okay,
land of the free. Get fucked. Ask the Indians. Ask the Indians if it's land of the free.
I'm going ahead and go now, since you guys did threaten me with arrest if I don't leave. Obviously, if they're, because obviously they're gonna.
It's just asking you to comply. That's it.
Well, I mean, I'm not. You could. I could use a different word than threat, but you guys said I'll be arrested if I don't leave. If they told me to leave.
Right, that they
Right.
have on this property.
Well, they don't have the right to violate people's right. That's my main point. That's fine. That's fine.
Because this is pointless.
It is. It is. I feel like you guys are wasting your time because
Land of the free, and you've got these mongs. They're trying to put giving monks like this power to go around the streets and tell people what to do. It's hilarious, right? Land of the free.
I'm not doing nothing wrong. I'm not breaking the law. You guys are law enforcement.
You are, because there's rules that they have.
You guys are not rule enforcement. You guys are law enforcement.
We act for them because they are not peace officers and they do not have the peace.
They're not law
power.
enforcement.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's why we're here.
Yeah. So again, you guys cannot break the law, which violating people's rights, it's breaking the law. So again, I'll go ahead and go. I'll follow up with this. Yeah. I'm not gonna try to get arrested or anything. Sure. I'll go to the Rancho Cucamonga one probably tomorrow or
Same
something.
one. We have a substation right here.
Oh.
The supervisor, you can go speak to him right now if you'd like.
Sure. I'll go ahead and do that. I'll follow up.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah. Right. Yes, have a good one.
Do they have a contract with the people that own this?
Yeah,
I don't know. Apparently, people can't film out here.
No, you can film.
Exactly. I don't know. I'm gonna have to follow up with their supervisor because obviously they just enforce their feelings or their policies.
You enforce your feelings.
No, I'm going by the law. I'm going.
Why are you two clowns still standing in front of me? I would not be entertaining these two. I wouldn't even talk to these two here. I'll be cursing these two out right now. Get out of my eye line. Why are you in my space? Get the... Oh, this is why you got to give it to William, man. He holds his composure awesomely. Through these, because British people seem to snap a little bit, yeah, right? When there's someone in your face, you seem to, like, it's back at you, right? It's kind of different in the States. They kind of...
Going by the First Amendment. Freedom of speech, freedom of press.
Or whoever they're saying is here has to come tell you to leave.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
But if they're open to the public, they have to respect people's rights. They have to respect people.
Absolutely level. You're absolutely spot on, right? Land of the willfully ignorant and free-range slaves, like every other country. Yeah, it's the same. It's the same. But people just act differently when they're confronted, right? People, I think the English definitely act differently when they're confronted by security guards and all that. We just don't take it.
Just like they don't have the right to just search anyone they want. They don't exactly.
Ain't trying to sell nothing, you're
Exactly. I don't know.
But according to these, speaking to someone is soliciting. This guy knows what he's talking about on the left.
Why they don't understand that? It's weird.
Soliciting, that's what
They're trying to say free speech is soliciting now. That if I'm asking a question, it's soliciting.
Never said that, sir.
You did say that.
Yes, you did. See, the
fine,
lying
it's fine. I'm not gonna-
bastards. Lying bastards, both of them. What, now they're going back and, no, we didn't see that. You just said it. You said it about 10 times, you lying. This one here as well, look, he can't even open his mouth. He's got that bite lip thing going on, like, don't show the emotion. We didn't say that. Well, you did. We just heard you on video 3 or 4 times say it. So you're lying. You're blatantly lying now. You're lying to the camera, you're lying to yourself and to the people viewing. Because we just heard you say it, you idiots.
It's weird.
Soliciting, that's what
They're trying to say free speech is soliciting now. But if I'm asking a question, it's soliciting.
Never said that, sir.
You did say that. It's fine.
Didn't
It's
say
fine.
that.
I'm not gonna,
Oh,
go
listen.
play semantics here. It's fine.
Right, now you two clowns, fucking do one.
Police. Nah. You've been.
Playing semantics.
No.
Look at them in their Nazi boots. Look, Nazi boots, Nazi outfit. Look, a couple of little gadgets make them feel like they're useful. A little badge there, a little bloody walkie-talkie. Give them a bloody Hornets vest to wear and pump up their ego. Give them a few rules to enforce. Off you go down the streets, guys.
You're trying to turn free speech into soliciting, and that's exactly what you
You
did.
did that.
Why would I turn free speech into soliciting?
You did that.
Asking a question is soliciting?
Between soliciting and
Yeah, look, see how these clowns are just so ridiculous. They've got to try and twist it now. Now they've been caught out and they ain't got a fucking clue what they're talking about. They haven't got a clue. Soliciting is free speech. Now they're trying to flip it on William, right? No, we didn't say that. No, you said that. You said that. When we clearly heard these two mongs saying it. I'm sick of people like this in uniforms going around telling people what to do. What we need to do, we need to militarise. And when there's people like this, we got a couple of clowns. We got a couple of clowns on the boardwalk. Lads, get your asses down here. 30 people come down and just harass them the same way that they're harassing William.
It's fine. Sure, it's fine.
Do you have a YouTube or Instagram?
Go ahead.
Are you
Here.
live on-
I'm actually live on YouTube. Yeah, here, check it out. Yeah, here, check it out.
You're live on YouTube, clowns. You two clowns. You're live on... I don't think they realise that at first. This guy kind of changes his way now. He wants to get in all the camera shot now. Look at me. You just made yourself look like a dickhead. Max.
It's the first one on there.
Oh,
check it out.
beautiful.
You want to take one?
No, I'm okay.
All right. The stuff you guys talk about, by the way, the main reason why I'm here, you'll check it out. Oh, sure. Yeah. YouTube, yeah. Thank you, man. Have a good one.
I'm curious. We'll see.
All right, man. All right, yes, have a good one, man. Sure.
Get out of here, clown feet. Get out of here.
The last interaction.
On your way. Just get on your bike, you two. I'm sick of listening to your voices.
I mean,
This
this is completely different.
And that's what I was trying to explain.
I'm not doing that. If you're selling puppies, I'm not doing that. I'm not selling anything.
But to be fair,
That's a huge difference. It's fine.
Comes in many forms, and what you just did was
And free speech is not one of them.
some clear examples of it.
It's fine. I mean, again, I'm not gonna try to argue this. They already, said what they were gonna do.
And
I'm gonna
just for the good
comply.
people out there, just for the good people out there, right? What I was trying to explain to gentlemen, I got no problem. What I was saying was,
but to be fair though,
and free speech,
can you at least admit? Because
mutually
I would
exclusive.
admit if I didn't understand something.
Sure.
Can you admit that you didn't really know the difference of soliciting?
I would say, can you admit that? I know the difference between. Look, I'll tell you the difference.
Listen, I'll ask the question and you're like,
Sure, I'll tell you the difference.
No, I haven't even
Hey,
finished.
look,
Okay, sure.
he's packing up.
You're right. We'll catch you though.
All right, man.
Yeah, see you on YouTube. I'm
All right, man.
curious.
No hard feelings, man. To be honest, you guys would have done this to anyone that was here.
I respect what you were doing, man.
No worries, man. I'll just follow up with
Freedom of the
the.
press is important, man.
Yeah, it is. I mean, let's say a crime happened here and somebody recorded it. Are they in fault for recording that crime?
I'm sorry?
If somebody committed a crime here and people started recording that, are they at fault for recording? Are they violating the rules here for recording that crime? No, they'll be thankful for recording that.
I mean, we got cameras that do that as well.
Exactly, and that's the same reason why I'm recording, to protect myself.
And
Trust me, people get triggered.
Okay,
People
but
get
by
triggered.
doing that, you're also doing something else. You want to know what that is?
What is? Solicity.
No. Well, I mean that too, but look, we'll get out of that.
Because what else am I doing?
You're filming people's kids. You're filming.
No.
What's to say
This one's recording me.
Yeah, but this one's facing right up there.
It's wide angle. It doesn't even.
Let's look at this.
It's wide angle though.
Where's the point? It's pointing at all of it.
But it's wide angle.
Not even the best point. The best point.
It's kind of irrelevant because it's a wide angle.
No,
Yeah, I'm already going. I'm packing up already, man. No worries.
Filming one is
Two clowns harassed him so much that he's just got to go. He's just like, William's like, need to get out of here.
like malicious intent because like
Right.
The biggest cut in the clowns.
Right. All right, no worries. All right. Hey, did I give you a card? No. You want one?
Yeah.
Check it out. I have my YouTube right there on top.
All right.
Just check it out, man.
All right.
All right. Alrighty. Oh, there's the trash right here. Oh.
Hello. Long Island Audit is my hero.
I watch him too. He's pretty good.
Yeah.
Long Island
And
Audit.
he is the calmest guy in the world.
Oh yeah, he is very
I
calm.
don't see how he could be that calm when they're cussing at him.
Yeah,
and everything.
and the fact that he's been arrested multiple times is
and
crazy. I mean, I've been arrested before. You could check it out. They have actually took my video cameras, and they actually haven't even filed my case. You know, it's been months. You know, so it's again, it's pretty crazy, man. But it's fine.
Yeah, that would be nice, Tone. They deserve to get the sack.
Oh yeah, personal amendment.
Harassment.
No, yeah.
I had a stroke. That is what's wrong. I cannot. Slow. Chuck slow. The whole left side of my brain don't work. The right side only has a little piece. They have no idea why I'm walking, tucking, and function. That's just don't jump my brain. I don't want to die. I have a tattoo. I threw a rod. My brain threw a rod. So I didn't oil it. So.
Alrighty.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, big shout out to William for holding his cool, keeping his composure. Yeah, well done, well done. I mean, that's a tough situation to be in. You know, you're just trying to talk to people when you got these coming up to you, and yeah, I'll make a bit of fun out of it and had a little rant there, but it's just so frustrating and annoying. All he's doing is talking to people, and that's what I don't understand. And you get approached by these for talking to people, telling them some truths. You are in a prison. That's it. These are the guards on the prison. Your cell, your cell is just a bit bigger than the normal cell, and you've got a bit more amenities. You know, a little bit more food and fresh water. You know, toiletries, and that's all. It's the same thing. You're just in a bigger version of a prison. These are the guards.
I mean, you take care, man.
These are the screws, the prison screws, right?
The origin of life, plants and life. So we're looking at the qualities that plants and animals have in common and stuff. We looked at it on a previous video, but yeah, we've got this list here. So we've got respire, move, respond to stimuli, reproduce and grow, and are dependent on their environment. But there's much more, you know what I mean? I showed you the pictures between the animal and plant cells and stuff like, and there's barely any difference. So, you know, there's more an abundance more, you know, like fur and all sorts of stuff. So also like, what is the difference? Oh, sorry. There are pretty obvious differences between plants and animals, but at the chemical level, the cells of all plants and animals contain DNA in the same shape, the famous double helix that looks like a twisted ladder. What's more, all DNA molecules in both plants and animals are made from the same four chemical building blocks called nucleotides, What is different is how these four nucleotides in DNA are arranged. It's their sequence that determines which proteins will be made, the way nucleotides are arranged, and the information they encode decides whether the organism will produce scales, leaves, legs, or stalks. So, it's another thing which is, added into that list of, all the similarities that we've got, kind of thing. So, now it will further down here. Now, can you mix plant and human DNA? One of the big reasons why plant cells have such a hard time with human DNA is that they can't pick the genes out of it. The plant cells could find the genes and then they could use them, but they can't. So, well, it's kind of like, why would a plant want to do that? You know what I mean? It's kind of like it's created. Well, in the line of thinking that I'm going in is that we come from a plant, so it's like it's the same as a tomato plant not turning into.
Sorry, yeah, it's right. It's like our environment is a good behaviour prison. If you're bad, they put you into a smaller prison, right? That's when you're really bad. You go into the smaller prison, but when you get released, you go into this is the good behaviour prison that we're all in. If you act well and behave, this is the prison that we supply for you. That's absolutely.
Into a tomato. It's got its DNA, you know what I mean, its pattern. It can make tomatoes, but itself will not turn into a tomato. You know what I mean? So trees they've not turned into humans, but they may have produced them. You know what I mean? More in that kind of line of thinking and stuff like. So, alright, we're looking at part animal.
Yeah, prison without fences.
What animals are kind of like, that kind of thing. There's a sea anemone.
AOP.
Apparently, it's kind of a half animal, half plant when it comes to its genetic code and stuff. The sea creature's genes look more like those of animals, but the regulatory code that determines whether those genes are expressed resembles that in plants, according to a study published Tuesday, 18th of March, in the journal Genome Research. Was more of a complicated
back in a sec, guys.
Gene interactions found in the simple sea anemone resembles that found in widely divergent, more complex animals. Since the sea anemone shows a complex landscape of gene regulatory elements similar to the fruit fly or other model animals, we believe that this principle of complex gene regulation was already present in common ancestors of the human fly. We all share so many different things anyway. It's kind of like it's almost like irrelevant as that kind of thing in a way. But we also have the Mesidinium chameleon, which is this thing here. Eats red algae and is often found in algae blooms that form the famous red tides. These hybrids play merry hell with our attempts to classify organisms into neat groups. The M. chameleon is a ciliate, a kind of single-celled animal covered in hundreds of tiny hairs called cilia. It was discovered in Neva Bay in Denmark by Ovind Mostrup of the University of Copenhagen. Also in Denmark, other specimens have been found off the coast of Finland and Rhode Island. Ciliates using their hair like cilia to motor around rapidly in water. Most get their food by eating other organisms rather than synthesizing the nutrients themselves. This marks them as quite animal-like. some Mesodinium species are different, though they they engulf other microorganisms, generally algae called cryptomonads. The two then form a partnership. The algae produces sugars by photosynthesis, while the Mesodinium protects them and carries them around. Such hybrid organisms are animals and plants at the same time. We should have repeated that before. One such species only eats red algae. Yeah. But it's always been there, you know. They say the division between plants and animals is collapsing completely. That's because people are kind of noticing it more, I suppose, you know. But so what else did we have? So you got other stuff. Green sea slug. Where is it? Yeah. You look at it, pattern a bit and stuff. It's like a Savoy cabbage leaf. So shaped like a leaf itself, a slug, Elysia chloratia, claratica, already has a reputation for kidnapping the photosynthesizing organelles and some genes from algae. Now it says kidnapping, and I don't think it's done that. I kind of think this is more like the butterfly and the flower. You know, the flower is a food source for the butterfly. The algae is a food source for this, and how it resembles it as well. It's kind of like, in terms of like DNA and why it's formed and why it looks like it is and all these kind of things. I think it's the relationship of where its origin comes from in a way. You know what I mean? It's like it follows the patterns of these plants because that's where it came from. You know what I mean? So another aspect, because it says kidnapping, it is actually kidnapping as well, because it's actually taking, I think it's storing the algae. Was it? I'll carry on reading. I'll start again, in fact. Shaped like a leaf itself, a slug, Elysia, already has a reputation for kidnapping the photosynthesis organelles and some genes from algae. And now, it says genes, but now it turns out that the slug has acquired enough stolen goods to make an entire plant chemical making pathway work inside an animal body. But you say now, but where's the evolutionary process? Because, like, well, what, last week, could it not do that? You know what I mean? And it's always been able to do it because that's what the creature is. You know what I mean? It's like I said about the butterfly hawk moths. You know what I mean? They'll, like I said earlier, I don't know. If trees produced humans, then they wouldn't want, you know, why, you know, a tree's not going to cease existing because it's produced for human in a sense. You know what I mean? Like, you know, trees die out because we produce humans now. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like, if you were going to evolve, it's like, say if we, you know, like in terms of evolution, when you think about like the pathway of it and stuff like that, if we came from this tiny thing, like a slug, you know what I mean? It's like, how would we have evolved so advanced from that? You know what I mean? In terms of like, the different types of evolution. There's one type I can believe in. Say, there was just water. So you have like creatures like sea snakes, and they're not going to be able to survive on a desert if suddenly there were a desert area. You know what I mean? All the land was suddenly desert. It's going to die off, you know what I mean? But if all the land went swampy, it'd be able to live, it'd be able to cope, you know what I mean, to a certain degree and stuff. After generations, maybe it will evolve and adapt to its surroundings, but it'll still be a snake. You know what I mean? The swamp snake, it'll become a swamp snake eventually in that kind of sense. The swamp would eventually, could potentially turn into a plain, a grassy plain. And then the swamp snake could eventually adapt to that and become a grass snake. And then eventually to a desert snake if it turned into a desert. You know what I mean? But that's like the slow, gradual, take, you know, generations and generations for it to happen and stuff. But it's still a snake. It's not changed from something different. So like a form of evolution of like, your skin colour might change or something like that kind of thing. If you're going to adapt to a colder climate, I think animals have changed the coat colour and stuff like that kind of thing. Like, oh, you know, it's a way that people think anyway and stuff like. But so now it turns out the slug has acquired enough stolen goods to make an entire plant chemical making pathway work inside an animal body. The slug's going to manufacture the most common form of chlorophyll, the green pigment in plants that captures energy from sunlight. Pierce reported. So it's like, you know, what is it using that to like photosynthesis and stay alive, and it's like part of its, you know, what it is and stuff like. So, you know, it's using the photosynthesis kind of aspect of things. That's another picture of it. Or maybe a different version. I think there's like several species of it or whatever. And then I found this one. Legendary plant animal hybrids. I think they've marked them all up as like myth. But you got the wak-wak tree. According to legend, the wak-wak tree, which bears human or animal fruit, grows on an island in the Indian Ocean or China Sea. In some of these stories, the fruit begins as human heads that grow into entire bodies, while in others the fruit begins as human babies that mature. Either as the fruit grows or when it falls, it cries, wak-wak. There's a possibility that the wak-wak tree might have been a reference to coconut trees, which has fruit that kind of looks like a human head. The tree began appearing in Islamic art in 12th and 13th centuries and stuff. So, like I say, it's kind of like turned into a myth rather than a legend, which it says at the top kind of thing. Like, so you got like pictures of it, people on tree and stuff like. Other creatures, is that a different one? No, it's a wak-wak. It's something you just click on Google Images and you find, you know, it could be a different tree. Looks like heads coming up it as well. I think it's a different tree though. No, I don't know. It could be the same one. But anyway. Jinmenju. The Jinmenju is a tree similar to the wak-wak, but the story originates from China and was passed to Japan. According to the legend, the tree produces fruit that has the face of a human child. These faces don't speak, but they smile and laugh all the time. If they laugh too exuberantly, they fall to the ground. The fruit is both sweet and sour, and the seeds inside also resemble human faces. Stuff like this. Different name, I know. Barnacle tree. The legend of a barnacle tree or goose tree involves two animals and a plant, and it was an attempt to explain several odd phenomena that were observed but misunderstood. In the Middle Ages, people saw black and white geese in Ireland and Scotland in the winter time, but in the spring, animals disappeared. No one saw them nest or reproduce. Yet, yet there they were every winter. The animals, of course, had migrated and nested elsewhere, but people didn't know about that behaviour at the time. However, small barnacles were people didn't know about that behaviour at the time. Which time? It's like, you know, when you look back at like Egyptian times and stuff like that, we were potentially a high level civilization kind of thing. Like, so, you know, the potentiality that we did know, I don't know, it was like, you know, everything's been wiped out or whatever and stuff like that, so.
We are talking about birds, you know, they do fly about, they're not in the same place all the time, right? So I'm sure they would have come to that, you know, birds are here for the winter and gone for the summer or whatever, gone for the winter, here for the summer or whatever. So it's pretty obvious, even if you're back in the 1500s, what's happening.
Small barnacles were seen clinging to driftwood that had white shells and black stalks that looked like the goose. So people came to believe that the tree produced barnacles as fruit, which grew into geese. And those barnacles are now known as goose barnacles. So picture of them there.
Because what happens with migrating birds, you get some that migrate away, right, and you'll have other birds that be migrating here. Right, that's always happened.
Yeah, kind of a drawing. One version of it.
I would have just seen different looking birds.
Is that these geese emerge fully formed from goose barnacles. So it shows you, but can you see that? That one. Like coming out of a plant, or that one in the middle. I suppose they all are to a degree, but you can see it more on some. But
I know, Lev. Isn't that crazy, Lev? Wouldn't you just be able to observe that, Lev? Over like say 10 years of living in somewhere, you know, you notice the birds are leaving, and you notice there's different birds at this. People couldn't understand that back in the day. That's a little confusing.
And the vegetable lamb. The vegetable lamb of Tartary was a legendary plant that produced an animal native to Central Asia and Europe, given the names Tartarica, Baramets, Tartar lamb, and agnostic Cyphicus. The vegetable lamb was described as a plant between 2.5 to 3 feet tall that bore a pod at the end of the stem. The pod eventually opened to reveal a lamb inside. The lamb remained attached to the rest of the plant by its stem, but could eat the vegetation around the plant as far as the stem reached. Once all that was eaten, or if the stem somehow broke, the lamb would die. There's a specimen of a vegetable lamb at the Garden Museum of London. The small picture looks as if it could be a lamb.
That's a good point, that, Jim. Birds are seed carriers, right?
Or animals paw with long claws or part of a plant. When samples were relayed to the naturalists in the 17th century, and though it became clear that a lamb was part of a plant, not an animal, the plant was eventually identified as Cibotium baramets, an evergreen fern that produces hairy cover. So they might be myths, you know what I mean, but I'll see first example of it in it, but it's got a stem in the middle. It's legs of stems, is that what it's saying? It looks like a toy that would have made, you know what I mean, but And similar kind of concepts, though. Do you know what I mean? And I kind of think if you were back in time and stuff like that, and also the powers that be and all that kind of stuff, if they weren't to remove us from nature, then any of these plants would they wouldn't exist because we'd make sure that they don't exist. You know what I mean? Also, I don't think they're capable of existing. It's like without the giant trees, without that kind of part of the forest, that we're not going to have it until that kind of, you know, that habitat is there again. When that utopia is there, the conditions are right. What did it say on that first one? Dependent on their environment. That's for any kind of life, you know what I mean, is dependent on its environment. So it has to be like a utopia for whatever creature, and a utopia for humans, which, you know, humans seem to require quite a lot, you know what I mean, in you know, in some ways and stuff like, you know, food, shelter, comfort in that kind of sense and stuff like, nutrition, being healthy and all these kind of things. In our world, it seems a lot, but in a utopian world where, you know, where we came from in that initial sense, then it would have been just natural, you know what I mean? It's not, I don't think people would have got ill, you know what I mean, in a sense.
Chill says, sounds like putting too much Gringo in your dubs. That makes me like, fuck. I'm only doing one Skinner's chill, so all I'm doing is literally I'm halving the tobacco that I put in it. Instead of like stringing it like out and it's like sort of half, you know, I'm taking, I would say, the top almost to the centre of that out and just stretching it out even more. And then just, yeah, I wouldn't say I'm putting more weed in there. I'm just still putting the same kind of weed in there. Maybe a little bit more, you know, subconsciously, but yeah, I haven't coughed once this morning, Chill, not once. I don't know if, you know, obviously you ain't heard me cough either, so that's been like this for 3 days now, and I've been coughing every morning. When I'm waking and baking, I cough all the time, so yeah, I've only got 45 minutes to go, Chill, then I can have a spliff.
Oh yeah, I think that's it. Just look at a few interesting things, you know, what's it called?
That's what, you know what, Sphere, have no Sphere. I might invest in that. I might invest in a really good vaporizer, right? A really good one. Because I think you can spend a couple of £100 on them, 300 quid. The cheap ones are really cheap, but you know, I remember seeing some in Amsterdam, and as you puffed it, all these like psychedelic colours were like obviously LEDs, but they were all shiny. It looked really, really cool. I think they were vaporizers. It was in some calf. But yeah, that's what I might do. I might do that because I've tried the cheap ones and they're crap. To be honest, I've tried them. I think if you pay for quite a good one, it make a lot of difference.
I think it's over.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it.
As an example.
Oh, right, 220. All right, 220. So Sphere spent 200. Yeah, that's got to be a good one then, right? They're pretty top of the range, them ones that Sphere's talking about. That's probably what I'll probably have to go for, 200-300 quid or something. It's a different hit. Yeah, it's true. That's true. Even on them crappy ones, it was different. I was just like, has it done anything? And it's definitely a different, without the tobacco in there, it's definitely different, 100%. I mean, even when you switch from tobacco, from cigarettes, because I used to build my joints with cigarettes, yeah? A third of a cigarette, so the top third of a cigarette, weed, right? And I noticed the difference just going from cigarettes to tobacco. There was a huge difference. Huge difference there. Don't know if anyone else realised that difference when you switched, but yeah, and it's the same with vaporizing and smoking joints. If you know, it's probably better to sort of still do both for a little while and then try and wean off the tobacco. I don't know the way of doing it, but I'm definitely looking into it, guys, because I haven't coughed once in this morning, yesterday was a little better, but today's been like amazing. It's just like I can't believe it. I haven't coughed once. So yeah, I'm gonna definitely look into it.
I'll find out. But thanks for watching and cheers. Nice one.
Now, I've been sent a short clip, which is a proof, well, apparently is proof of globe Earth curve.
I'm going to give up smoking. Yeah, I've noticed.
Apparently, it's been found. The problem is, when we look at this footage...
I think, you know, what's opened my eyes out is just stopping the wake and bake and halving my tobacco. Just doing those two things. I haven't coughed once. That's amazing. You've heard me over the last, I would say, 4 or 5 months now. Because I've been hitting it quite hard for obvious reasons. But waking and baking, getting up, you know, with a spliff in my mouth, basically. Yeah, and I've noticed my cough. You know, I'm saying sentences and stuff, and then I'm coughing at the end of it, right? I haven't done none of that today. And that's just from there. So if I can get on this sort of schedule, you know, not smoking till 12, halving everything, yeah, man, I'd be a lot happier with myself, because I don't like hearing myself going every 5 minutes. It's terrible. It can't be good for you guys either.
The only thing this is proof of is people's misunderstandings. It baffles me how people struggle to discern the most simplistic things. Oh dear.
Oh, you could put whole buds into it. Boy, are you talking about vaporizers? You talking about vaporizers,
So
Jill?
this is the clip. Some of you may have seen this clip before. Essentially, it's National Geographic trying to show Earth curvature by sending a boat out away from the view of the cameras with this striped flag on it. And this is what was cited as proof of Earth curve. But as we're about to see, well, I'll tell you what, I'll play the clip. It's only 50 seconds long or so. I'll play it through its entirety.
Might have to put the link in the chat for me for that.
This
for that
is the
vape there.
targeted horizontal stripes. We're going to launch a small boat out into the water here with a
But it's a thimble. Okay.
And as it gets farther and farther out,
yeah,
you'll start to lose the stripes.
All right,
What's really interesting is that some of the flat earthers, including Mark Sargent, are actually going to be here for this test. The test is starting right now. At first, all the stripes are clearly visible. But sure enough, as the boat reaches the horizon, the stripes begin to disappear, one by one.
Lost about 1.5 stripes.
Right.
And we'll stop it there. We've got these guys at a distance. We had this shot where apparently now the bottom of the flag is obstructed by Earth curvature. Let me just come back a smidge. And we had that shot. Pretty much, I think it's the same shot, just the other one is zoomed in, okay? But that is cited as proof of Earth curvature. Okay? Bear with me. And this is what baffles me. That people can't discern and work this out for themselves. They get fooled by propaganda pieces
idiots
like this from National Geographic, where cunningly they're trying to sell the lie of curvature here by showing this flag appearing to show obstruction. Now, if that was down to a physical globe Earth curve, then at the point that the boat is obstructed in the flag, from that point on, the horizon would be dipping below.
But look what we see here. Oh, what's this behind this? It's there, right? You can see where it's clear. And almost up to the second line. That's where the horizon is. So it's not even on the horizon. It's nowhere near it.
You've got to remember.
Lying bastards.
Here, the camera, us, we are the highest point of the globe. Everything, according to the globe theory,
is curving away.
Is dropping away from us
That's
anyway.
Right.
So it's bizarre that the horizon's rising up to meet the sky there anyway. Then they say you've got curvature obstructing the flag and the boat. But bizarrely enough, when we zoom in, the horizon is actually behind the boat.
There you go.
So if it was physical Earth curve obstructing
nonsense,
then you wouldn't have the horizon behind the boat, would you? Come on, wake up. Especially you sent me this, Tosh.
I know, they try it, they try it.
Disturbances on the surface of the water here. The viewer, us and the camera, are low to the water here. So we're viewing through the densest medium you can get here. Low level above a body of water.
The missus likes the smell. That's a result sphere.
Is going to cause obstruction.
That's a result sphere, isn't it? Your missus likes the smell. What a result.
We've also got to take into account our eyes, the limit of our vision.
Absolutely,
All these different things are at play here. And of course, we can verify what I've just said with practical references using bodies of water. We know large standing bodies of water can't display convexity upon its surface. So we know how water behaves. So we know water doesn't have the ability to behave in the way and the manner in which the globes say.
They're saying.
And of course, we've only got to zoom in on this image to see the horizon behind the boat, above it, appearing above it, above the cut-off point. So if that obstruction of the flag and the boat was due to physical Earth curvature, then from that point on, the Earth would be descending downwards. But that's not what we see. You've got the horizon behind the boat. So it's
even Lev
optical thing
onto it.
with some water
obvious,
as well.
Right? You can see.
Obviously, you've got disruptions on the surface. Sorry, pal, who thought this was somehow evidence. Like I say, I'll zoom into the cut-off point, which is there. That's where supposedly Earth curve is blocking this flag. But as we can see, the horizon is behind it, appearing above it. Impossible if what we're seeing was down to Earth curve. It's obviously optical.
Yes.
And that statement I've just made is backed by
They don't understand angular resolution. They don't understand perspective. They don't understand Fata Morgana, the mirror effects, refraction. They don't understand anything. We know more about this stuff than they do, and they're sending things like this to Leo. I'd be like, for fuck's sake, not another one of these idiots that don't understand anything about the optics. Another one. We got another one. Damn.
Single scientific demonstration involving a large standing body of water. That's why I always cross-reference. Any observation I'm going to cite has to be backed by demonstrable reality, i.e. a test involving a large standing body of water that backs its claims. Obviously, most observations we look at are over bodies of water, which is why I do it. I back my observation up with the very substance I'm viewing over, water. So with this being cited as proof of globe-Earth curve, well, the only thing this is proof of, I'm afraid to say, is one, the dishonesty of National Geographic, somehow citing this as some globe-Earth proof, when in fact it's quite the opposite. And two, showing the lack of discernment and common sense in anyone who cites this tosh as somehow proof of globe Earth. I mean, how can you have obstruction here, bottom of the flag, by a physical Earth curve, if the horizon's behind it and higher? Come on, wake up.
They're imbeciles, Leo. They do it on purpose. They're imbeciles. Back at Victor. Well, okay, what one's this? When was this done? Oh, this was 4 days ago. Is this the live from the other perspective? I think it is. Yeah, we've watched it already, guys, so we can.
And it started getting censored like in 2018, 2019, which is literally the main reason why I'm out here. Because I don't think it's. If you're filming our cameras, but it's just, again, you can't.
Right, yeah, we've seen this. It's just from a different perspective. Oh, look, so if you go in there, you can see, look, stand strong when you're, bored guys, Ricardo's in there going mad. We're all in there. Chills is in there. BB's in there. It's crazy, man. Right, let's get on to the micro and macro. Biblical trees. P900 did a couple of vids, right? Sandra, so I've got a couple of vids on there. How long have we got? Hour and a half. Too long. So we start with That's just a different. That's just a different camera angle. That's all. How it is.
The origins of life, chakras, micro and macro. So as I was saying on the previous videos about the...
So what is this? Is this the Fibonacci sequence? I wanted to ask Lev, you know, the pattern that it makes.
The flower head,
sure
the crown chakra.
That's it. 1, 3, 5.
I'm gonna put, well, it's probably like a mixture of chakras, like, because it's kind of like the root chakra as well, because it's got like the ovaries and all these kind of things and stuff like. So like, I mean, it's a different plant. It's a different thing.
You can clearly see the shape of this thing, right? You can clearly see the way kind of curve out, center, almost making like a vortex.
Compared to like humans and stuff like, but so maybe
Fibonacci golden ratio. Yeah, it is. Okay, same as the chakras. Okay.
We're kind of like, what we're looking at here is we can see the pattern, you know what I mean, which we're all familiar, you know what I mean, you can see the flower of life and stuff like, but also it looks kind of like spherical in a way, you know what I mean, well, especially kind of around here and stuff like that, where all the points come out and stuff. But also because a chakra, it's like a ball, but it's also spinning in it, you know what I mean? So you can also see that spiral effect. So we're talking about the flower being a portal. So then like whatever comes from the spiritual realm comes through the organic material of plant life and of living organisms and stuff like. Plants are organisms, you know, but so you can see both of it there. You can, it looks like a spiral as well, kind of thing. But you know, it's like it's within that. It's in the center of that ball, kind of thing. Like,
and the way that it's almost like a neon color, isn't it? And the way it kind of changes into this beautiful autumn kind of orange from the center. It's almost drawing you in, isn't it? Just the color itself. Amazing.
Is where, you know, the finite or infinite kind of aspect of it is, you know, as that spiral becomes smaller and smaller and smaller. That's like breaking the time-space kind of aspect of things again. So yeah, you got your same kind of pattern. It's going to ball like, because it's such a cluster of flowers and the petals kind of thing, like you can have a flower with just like 5 petals, it still shows you the flower of life, but because this has got so many, you get to see like the full effect of it in a sense. So again, I don't know, you can see that kind of like spiral kind of aspect, which you see on like pine cones and, you know, everything really.
I was just thinking, guys, it would look like that, wouldn't it? Because it's trying, you got to think, it's trying to attract the insects, the bee, to come in, right? Take the pollen to the next one. It's going to be like inviting like that, you know, imagine what the bee's seeing, a lot smaller, and it's going down into that flower. That's quite amazing, man. That's a good one. I like that. That's quite good. You can clearly see spiral, right? Clearly see.
So that's a jackfruit. For any fruit or whatever vegetable or whatever that comes from plants, it's from this method, isn't it? You know, it kind of the chakra opens in a sense, and the code kind of follows through, and then enters, you know, what, you know, becomes whatever the plant designates it to be, kind of thing, like. So in terms of like, you know, like reincarnation, you could come back as, you know, something else other than human, then, you know what I mean, it's just whatever code that you kind of come through. So it's like, you know, we come through as humans, so that's the code that we come through, like. But when you look at things like like V's. It looks like almost like fruit in a sense and stuff like. But
that's a moth.
These are butterflies.
Butterfly, yeah, moths. Chrysalis.
Which I did cover in, you know, in the previous video as well, kind of thing like. But in the sense of how it kind of transforms and becomes like a flower, you know what I mean? Like if that's like a flower head in this one here. You know, it's all budded up, it's not opened, but it's taking form inside. And so then once it comes and, you know what I mean, once it's ready, it's going to open up and stuff like. So that's not much different from, you know, being born in a womb, basically. Obviously it's different, but in the sense of that womb can exist on top of a plant, and it does do, you know what I mean, for like fruits, vegetables, and whatever else, you know what I mean, seeds or whatever and stuff. But so then you got like the beetles. I showed that one last time as well. But
is that looks alien?
Is that how it's formed in there and stuff like that kind of thing? And see, it's like the pattern were already set for it because it's
actually looks alien. Crazy. Oh my!
It's more developed.
It looks like it's attached to your face or something. Oh shit.
So yeah, if the previous edition, it were more closed, you know what I mean, like a flower bud. So when you got your butterfly pupas, which they're like it, you know what I mean, they look like seeds as well.
They look like little seed pods.
But in the sense of like it's got that bud shape, it's kind of taking form inside it, just like any other flower and stuff. So in the same sense,
yeah, the face hugger, Jill.
You know, a human could have come out of that. You know what I mean, rather than, well, it's just a lettuce, but not a cabbage. Sorry. I like this, for instance. You know, growing up ground rather than falling from a great height or whatever and stuff. So like you've even got like all your stone spheres and all these kind of things and stuff like. Actually, we're going to come onto that afterwards and doing things backwards to front. I couldn't find this picture again, so I had to go to my channel to see it. But like you got this, like
an ancient seed.
If that were the yolk in the middle, you know what I mean, and then all this would be like all the white and stuff, that kind of thing. It'd all
the eggshell.
Oh no! It's just the yolk which kind of would transform into the human and stuff like. But in the sense of the size of it, because like, the yolk would shrink down as it develops and stuff like that kind of thing. So that's potentially, well, it doesn't have to be human. There's so many different forms of life it could have been and stuff like. But also there's a lot of different size stones. So it's like. You've got some of these ancient spheres kind of like a football size or whatever. So you know, if something were living came out of that or whatever and stuff like, you know, intelligent or you know you've got all sorts of forms of life and stuff like that kind of thing, like, or kind of suggesting to like, you know, the other races, you know what I mean, and stuff like. But obviously got animals and, you know, other kind of creatures and stuff like insects, etc. Fish, you know, all that kind of thing, but dragons, etc. So yeah, in that same sense, we've got this is a salamander. You might have seen what's it called before, but kind of like the thing, but as it's taking form, you can see it's kind of like a chakra. It's like the ball kind of aspect. It, like all them cells develop, and then it goes into this spinning form. That's like the crown of a root, which is like becoming the mouth or the anus kind of thing, like. And then it's starting to take shape and stuff like that, and everything's going to follow that Fibonacci sequence. So the head is going to match the body and all these kind of things, and that's why everything will be in balance with
when
itself.
You see it like that,
it'll have a center of gravity, say. Because it went through that spinning spiral kind of aspect in a way. which is basically, you know, how things gonna form in a way. So it's a little bit different with a caterpillar, I suppose, and stuff like, you know what I mean? It's gone from that to that. Once it's gone into its bud phase, that's like in its egg in a way, or its womb, like I said earlier, but and it comes to open. So, could humans have done that? You know what I mean? Rather than... oh, shadow. This maybe kind of thing. It's a rose, isn't it? Like, but so it's not really, you know. But you can, I don't know. Let's have a look at the other one first. There's a lot, in a sense. It's like there's so much things in. Well, I covered what were inside them and other videos and stuff like, but like the complexity and all these kind of things and stuff. I mean, you like look at a pepper. It's got seeds in it. You know what I mean? Or any other fruit kind of thing. It's got that ability to reproduce, which is what we've got. So it's like we've got that same nature, you know what I mean? So if that were like us in a sense, then this could have been how we were born initially and stuff.
How we started. There are stories. I think Lev's might have even touched on it before, about the ancient giant trees literally having pods, or someone touched on it before. I've heard it talked about before. And maybe we were born like this. The first humans, right, come from the giant trees. I'm sure I've heard that. I don't know if that was Lev that said that, or someone's mentioned it before.
It's almost like like elven ears. So why is this why elves have got ears like that? Because back then, when when either they were spoken about or when they were around and stuff like that kind of thing. Because like
yeah, it was Lev that said
elves
that.
and all these kind of stuff with pointy ears. You know what I mean? So that idea came from somewhere. You know what I mean? So. It's like a reference to nature in a sense. And elves, it's almost like leaves in a way. You know what I mean? In a sense of way it sounds.
Because we are stuck with this kind of dilemma, aren't we? The chicken, what come first, the chicken or the egg? No, that's always been talked about. And Beth kind of solves that problem, this theory, right? We come from pods, from the ancient trash crate.
Just like ourselves.
That's out there, man. That's out there. For sure. Did it do channel first over 2 years? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've seen you on Dudes talk about this before, Lev.
Tadpole, legs growing. How human-like the legs are. So I thought, like, you know, like the muscle structure on it and stuff like. And I thought, well, you know, like evolution argument and all these kind of things. Well, they're not that much different from us. So did they come from apes? You know what I mean? Is that part of the evolutionary argument? So I don't really buy it as such. Lava as like a water version and stuff like that. It's difficult to find. Old Rand disposition. But it's going through its transformation phase, which I think that's like, you know, whilst we're in the womb in that kind of way. It's like the caterpillar is almost like a sperm. It's not, but it's like the butterfly had the sperm, you know what I mean, and then the egg, and then the caterpillar comes, and then it has to go into a, you know, a process kind of thing, a pupa process. But so yeah, I don't know. I can't remember what to say about it now. It's what's it called?
The answer to the chicken or the egg is the tree, right? What come first, the chicken or the egg? The tree come first.
Salamander. This part kind of thing.
This is what fascinates me, is when they start dividing, right? Spinning and like what Lev says. Really kind of interesting.
That spin, you know what I mean? You can see how it's kind of how the chakras working in a way. It's like all the cells just want to follow that route and direction and stuff like.
It's great.
If you know, if a plant can do it for like fruit, etc., then why couldn't it have done it for humans? You know, it's like
actually forming the shape and everything, right? So it was just. You go back.
I mean, it's like
it starts off.
And direction. And
starts off just. Just like a dividing cell, and it ends up.
You know, I mean, you can see how it's kind of how the chakras working in a way. You know, it's like the more advanced the plant, then that's
is amazing.
Where it, you know what I mean? It's like we've got it today. We've got like advanced plants which do produce motile sperm, and that's what humans are motile. You know what I mean? The different, like I looked it up kind of thing in terms of like what's it called? Mobile and motile. Your phone's mobile, your car can be your car's mobile, but you're motile. Your car's not motile, you know what I mean? So it's basically just the independent movement. So if like fir trees or pine trees can produce this something which has got motility, then why couldn't giant trees produce something?
Odin hanged himself to a live tree to gain more wisdom.
Kind of makes
I didn't know that.
Perfect sense in a way. There was no argument for where evolution, you know, I mean, there's too many gaps in it, you know what I mean? There's so many different forms of life and stuff like. So yeah, I think. Yeah, I think that's it. The reference, I don't know, it's kind of just off topic in a little way, but at the same time on topic. Like the flesh of a fruit, you know what I mean? You know, when you got healthy fruit and stuff, that kind of thing, and it's really fleshy and all that kind of stuff. It's, you know, it's no different from us in that kind of way. Like I say, if it was just more advanced, then, like I say, a fruit has reproductive systems and stuff like that kind of thing. It is on point, actually, but I'm going to make a separate video for it, but it's alright. But yeah, I think that kind of covers it all in a sense. Oh, roughly, you know what I mean? Like, you know, that chakra on the flower and all that kind of thing. It's no different from the realm but within, you know what I mean, and stuff like. Which I covered on previous content as well, like, but that's like the micro and the macro and stuff like. So you can see how the micro works. The macro is the same and all that kind of thing. So
slow coming with the knowledge today.
That kind of thing, like.
Odin tore out his eye and threw it in the well, also to gain more wisdom. That's where the one eye sees it all. One eye symbolism comes from Odin. That's crazy.
With the macro, in the macro.
He has got one eye, right?
You know what I mean? And stuff like, but in the spiritual world, it's like a different macro aspect of things, maybe, you know what I mean, in a way. And for them to be connected, it's like, with this being a portal, this is pulling, it allows things to come through there in that kind of way and stuff like the spiritual energy. So that's what your chakras are, you know what I mean? You do your qigong or, you know, kung fu and all them kind of things and stuff like that. It's doing the same thing. Pulling the spiritual energy through, you know what I mean? So you get more energy, more energyful, you know what I mean? It's more, they'll describe it to like improving your battery power, you know what I mean, when you practice qigong and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I'll leave it at that for now. Nice one, cheers.
So let's look at a few things here. We know how the tree breaks apart, okay? And here in the foreground, you see all the sap in the tree. And when you understand the characteristics of the cedar tree, when I step back, you'll understand all the twists and turns, okay? And you'll see pieces like this fall off, like the fibers of the tree. These come this size, they come this little size, they'll come as large as a city bus, okay? This thing is just a massive piece, but it's so tiny compared to. This here was like broken off. Where all the rest of it is and where everything else is, I'm not sure. But all this stuff, a lot of it looks unrecognizable compared to, say, like this. But the more you look at it, you can see it clear as day. And once again, this is clear. You look at it, you can. A lot of it looks unrecognizable compared to, say, like.
I mean, that you can't tell me that was not wood once. You can't tell me that this, what you're looking at right now, wasn't wood once. Not a chance. It's identical. It's not just the same. It's identical. Exactly the way old wood breaks down like this. Exactly the same. I mean, it's incredible.
Like this.
It really is.
But the more you look at it, you
this is just more weathered. That's all. But you can clearly see that it looks like snapped wood. Right there, look.
See it clear as day. And once again, this is quartz, not amber.
And as I say, once you see this stuff, you can't unsee it. And you start seeing it everywhere. That's the beautiful thing.
It's gold.
And all this is just the sap. There was a shot. I just see a tree knot. There was a shot back there. I see a tree, the actual knot in the tree, right? You see it clearly.
Palladium.
You might see it again.
Mica. All the stuff comes from the tree. Let's come up here. You see that? It's incredible. You see all this stuff in your mountains. You know where it comes from. Okay?
Yeah, you're right, Lev. You can't unsee this. Once you can see it for what it is, again, it's a bit like water. You can't. There's no going back. It's obvious what it is. And the question is, how bloody big were these things then? Because if they're literally branches of these trees are making up mountains, that's just next level stuff, right?
Not next even look petrified.
It's amazing.
And I just try to document as much as I can as I go through. Even though a lot of it may look the same, there's so much difference in a lot of it. It's beyond incredible. Look at this.
I was thinking, Lev, I had that thought myself, Lev, but I thought it was too out there. Lev. I thought, are the continents that we are on, are they just old trees? Fallen trees from an ancient past. Are they? Are they just like the tips? these ancient trees were all broken down, now covered up in water. Some of them are still on the land, and yeah, I thought it myself, Lev. I thought it was too out there to mention. I'm glad you did.
Literally does not look petrified whatsoever. It's incredible.
Oh, we spoke about that on They Made the Continent. Yeah. Oh.
I'm going to stand back and give you an overview of this, but I wanted to show you up close.
Come on, that's clear as day, guys. That's clear as day. You can see, you can clearly see that's wood. You can clearly see, if you've dealt with wood or seen wood breakdown, it's identical.
Okay. Let's stand back a little bit.
Look at this place.
See this here?
It's amazing.
And this was part of the cedar. It's just a small piece, like a grain of sand in the whole ocean. This whole area. That's how small and insignificant it is compared to the size of the tree. And this went up, went down, it twists, did all kinds of incredible things. And then they break off just like fibers, and they break up like I showed you in the wood.
They cube up, didn't they? They break up into
the wood of today.
Cubes.
Okay, we're just gonna move on and
that's amazing.
In another place. Okay, just a little more documentation for you and I. You see, this is all part of the tree. And these balls of sap here, I've shown you whole mountainsides that are smooth with the moss on it. It's the same exact thing, except what you're seeing here is concealed with the moss.
Welcome FPV. OP.
That's a small piece. I've seen them runs a mile long, if not longer, alongside the tree remains. Look at this. This is incredible.
That's amazing. Look at that. You can just clearly see that is a lump of wood. But it's not. It's been like petrified, right? It's rock. That's wow. I mean, this is just a branch, a tiny branch as well. Not even a big piece of it. But yeah, again, look, you can see the sap just turns into quartz, right, over time.
And I know this is not new for everybody, but that's what the biblical trees did. And I'll show you, if you haven't seen it, I've showed many times where the trees do this, and I walk through the gaps, like this gap right here. I'll walk through the gaps that are massive. I may put a picture or a video in here walking.
Perfect example of it. Where they break down in the cubes and the texture, especially the texture. And on some of this, you can still see the bark. I mean, on some of his earlier Hangman videos, you can still see the bark on it. No shit.
The gap, and you'll see how large these trees were. Here's one of the gaps.
Look, how big are these? It's nuts, man.
Right here, they're all over. The gaps you would walk through. The way the tree breaks down and all the splits. There's one of the gaps. They're all over. They're everywhere. But it's incredible. Let's go right here. I'll show you. And this is the remains of a giant cedar tree. Let's go right up here.
That one looks like it's been cut. Literally looks like it's been cut. Look how flat those surfaces are. I know they do break up in their cubes and they are quite flat. It could just be that. It could just be that. But look. This is what I'm talking about. Look at that. That's identical to wood. You can't tell me it isn't.
And the cedars have special characteristics, the way they twist and turn.
You can't tell me that isn't wood.
You see here how this is going down.
It's clear. If you didn't know that wasn't petrified and you was looking at that, you would think, wow, That looks like some ancient wood. That look at it. It actually looks like wood.
Lord knows how far it goes down.
It was once.
And Lord knows how far it went up.
I don't think either that these were. I don't think these were crystallized trees or anything like that. I think these were just ginormous trees, like we've got today, but on a massive, massive scale. Right? Something happened back in the day, in the the flood, or whatever it was, and it did something to all the ancient trees. That's my opinion on it. I don't think these were made out of crystal or anything. Nothing special. They were just natural on a massive scale. I could be wrong on that. I could be completely wrong, but that's just my feeling and my opinion.
Just like it says that the tree could be seen from all ends of the earth. It's fascinating. Look at this.
Yeah. Lev's kind of, the redwoods, they're not silicon, they're huge, and the ones that are about today, the giant redwoods, they're tiny compared to what they used to be, right? We're left with the small ones. And to us, they even look massive, right? Even the ones today. But they, yeah.
It's just the way the tree breaks, it's incredible. All of this.
I would like to know, it's like FPV, what did it? Was it some flood or something? Of what turned these, right? What happened? And that's the big question. That's the big question, right? What brought them down? What turned them to stone?
Let's go right up here and take a look. Look at this. Some of it hasn't been exposed to the weather. You can see it a lot better. The actual color.
They're misidentifying it because they're misidentifying the quartz. The misinfo on the quartz. Okay.
See up there?
Therefore, assuming
a lot of this doesn't even look petrified.
Assuming. To me, Lev, it just looks like normal wood that's something's happened to it and it's turned like this. But it does look like just normal, but just on a massive scale. Look at this. Unbelievable.
Look at this. It's just the way the tree breaks, it's incredible. All of this. Whew. Let's go right up here and take a look. Look at this. Some of it hasn't been exposed to the weather. You can see it a lot better. The actual color. See up there? A lot of this doesn't even look petrified. And you see down here, we'll take a little walk down there, all the sap that was in the tree. Look at this. This is truly incredible. Let's walk down here real quick, and I'll end this little portion. Look at this little sliver. Yeah, it is truly incredible. Doesn't even look petrified. Alright, well, I'm going to end this here, and we're going to move on. Gee. Look at all the different things that was in the tree. Wow. Alright, we're going to move on. Okay, so I'm going to show you some incredible stuff. I mean, some absolutely incredible stuff. But first I want to explain again that everything you see that I'm going to show you and have shown you and going to show you right now is the same within a 100-mile radius of where I am. It's all the same. We're on the top of semi on the top of a hill. And it's not a mountain, it's a hill, okay? And it's like one massive tree stump, regardless of how hard it is to believe that. It matches exactly what Scripture says, where they could be seen from all ends of the earth. Let me show you. This is pretty incredible. Some of it's recognizable, some of it's not. But it's all the same. Like, you look at all this little stuff in the ground, like just about anywhere you go. You go down by the river bottom, you go to your mountains, national forest.
Hey Dorian, welcome.
Even in your front yard. Okay? So look at this. Okay? And then when I take you around the corner, you're even going to be blown away more. Okay? This was a giant cedar. This whole area for, I don't know if you were standing in the center, if it's 100 miles diameter, but it's a pretty good, substantial size. This is all cedar. The whole thing, everything I've been showing you throughout all my videos. All this. And you see the quartz. All of it comes in different colors. And it's not just the simple amber that people are told comes from the tree. Everything comes from the tree.
Amazing, right?
The mica is the tree.
Look at that. Look. Can't tell me that wasn't once wood. There's no way you can convince me saying that this is just the way rocks. No chance. Never in a million. Look at it. That is clear. That was clearly once wood. Clear. 100%.
Tree, the palladium, the mercury, the feldspar, the gold, silver, oil, coal, all of it are the products of the tree. As crazy as that may sound, you can believe it or not. They do all the mining and all the resources from
history. History is a set of lies that have been agreed upon. Yeah, that sounds about right, Dorian. That sounds about right. Famous Churchill famously said that history is what is written by the victors. Yeah, I've heard that before. He also said he didn't understand all their debauchery. Yeah.
Mostly stuff like this. These are silicon-based trees.
I don't think they're silicon. I've never thought that. I always thought that was a kind of strange thing. I think something turned them into silicon or petrified. Something did. I don't know what that is. I have no clue, guys. But I think they were just enormous, living, normal trees. The atmosphere was different. Remember, there was a higher oxygen. So they say. So they say. And, you know, there have been experiments done today, especially with fish, with high oxygenated water and what it was like back then, the atmospherics, and they've applied that into water tanks. And the fish, like, I think they did it with a piranha. The normal piranha was about 6 inches. The ones that were grown in this tank, right, with all the extra oxygen and all that, were like 5 times bigger. That's real stuff. That's either on YouTube. I've seen it. They could even be 5 or 6 or 7 times bigger. These things were massive compared to the original. But that's what I'm saying. Just different atmospherics and stuff will make things grow a lot bigger. And that's what I think these trees were. I think they were just huge trees. Because you remember the plane
The plane's enormous, right? This is what I'm talking about. The plane that we're on, that we reside in, is enormous. It's uncomprehendable. You can't really, it's so big. So this would just be natural, right? It'd still be small compared to the plane, the size of the plane. Although we're observing it as huge and massive. Compared to the plane, it's tiny. It's like a bit of grass, right? These massive trees. This is the scale of things.
Look at this.
Hey, One Big Pond, welcome.
It does not even look petrified.
It doesn't.
Okay.
It doesn't. Hangman's right. This looks like wood sitting there.
Yeah, it looks just like part of a root of a tree. Like this tree coming down, you see the root coming under. You see these all over. All this right here is the same as all that up there underneath that grassland. Underneath all that grassland, as far as the eye can see, all this down here is just bits and pieces of everything I'm showing you. When you see stuff like this, it's just weathered and worn and discolored. But when I go around the corner over here, you're going to be blown away. You're going to see the true color of this wood, or at least partial. Let's just walk down this edge right here. Okay? Hold on. Roxy, up here, girl. Come on, girls. And everything has the flat edge. Just like I've said probably 2 million times. That's probably 6 foot long. That's tiny. It's so tiny. That's like a grain of sand in the whole ocean. Now let's look at this. This here does not even look petrified either. It's on an angled side that's kind of not exposed to the weather. This is what the tree does. And you know what's crazy is these silicon trees, whatever magic was in them, so to speak, like the trees of the tree of life, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, they were different. The trees today are not like these trees, or these tree remains, these biblical tree remains.
I'm not sure they're hanging.
They were definitely special. Because I'm telling you, just about every resource, especially on the periodic table, come from these trees.
Oh, I absolutely agree.
You can believe it or not.
No, he's right there, 100%.
So, I'm going to pause it a moment till we get right down here, so hold on. Well, I'm actually going to keep you going from here because I want you to see everything till we get over here. These trees broke down in so many different ways, but the thing that's helped me the most is looking at dead, rotted driftwood, branches laying on the ground. It's the same exact identical thing. And I want you to look at this. All this with the moss on it is the same as this. Look at this. This doesn't even look petrified. None of it. But you look at this. And the tree's like fibers. the way it breaks. It'll break off like that, and then it'll break off like that. Look at this. This is, oh my gosh, look at this. All this right here that got the moss on it, all this discolored stuff, and everything I've been showing you is exactly the same thing. Every now and then I run into something that really shows the extent and the color, but I'm sure this is changed its original color also.
Your work is getting noticed by bigger channels, FPV. Yeah, hopefully they will give FPV props for it, Jim. Not just steal his material and say it's his own and not say anything about it. I mean, that's what seems to be the trend with FPVs.
It is.
Knowledge is right. I hope so, Jim, because, yeah. Yeah. Redressing it, yeah.
This is just the way the tree breaks down. It splits because of the grain of the wood, like fibers. And in these cedar trees, they break down in so many different ways. It's, you can't even, I couldn't even tell you. I've tried showing you that over the years. Alright, well, we're gonna leave this spot and move on. Okay? Give you one more look. This stuff here, hold on. This is the same thing. It's stone, but it sounds like.
I'm just literally lighting up my first joint right now, and it's 12:15. I think I've done good, man. I can do this every day for sure.
It would
help my cough.
Oh. Even though you're not knocking on non-petrified wood. All right, well. And you know, when they tell you about the largest tree in the world, Geronimo, oh man, they got Pinocchio nose. They do. It's such a lie, man. That tree is like a toothpick.
I'm gonna, Jim. I'm gonna.
The large 300-400 foot sequoias in California. They're literally like a toothpick compared to the size of this tree that was.
Tiny. The trees that we're left with, even these big things that we think are huge, you know, that are in the redwoods and all this, they're tiny. They're absolutely tiny compared to what was here before.
This is like a stump. Magnified. The whole diameter of this area. That might sound crazy to people, but I'm telling you, it's the truth. If this is your first video or second one, you'll have to go back and watch all my videos and you understand. and you'll believe it. I'm telling you. And then when you
think of a forest. Now think of a forest of these giant trees. Literally, what every sort of hill you see here was once a giant tree. There was a forest of these things. Now imagine what resided within those forests. The creatures and the enormous flowers and plants, and that'd just be an amazing place, right?
If this is your first video or second one,
unobtainium.
You have to go back and watch all my videos and you understand. And you'll believe it, I'm telling you. And then when you understand scripture and what we see and what I'm showing you, all these hills and valleys are just like a broken off stump, and they've rounded and smooth. That's all it is on a massive magnified scale.
I see it. I see it. I don't know about you guys. I do see exactly what you're saying.
It's incredible. It truly is. It's humbling.
You can't see the wood from the trees.
I mean, it really feels like the Garden of Eden here. Whether it is or not, I don't know, but it sure feels like it when you walk around here. It's so peaceful and blissful. All right, well,
I showed you that. Who was it? Was it Lev again that put those giant? But they look like giant weed seeds, didn't they? Was that Lev's video or picture? I can't remember. But we see some seeds, didn't we? And they look like massive weed seeds. I spotted them straight away. I was like, that's just a huge weed seed. Now imagine the size of those. The trichomes on those giant weed plants back in the day would have been the size of a house. It's just the trichome.
I'm going to end this here and go see what other amazing things we can find. Okay? Alright guys, thanks for watching.
In the flat Earth model, the sun and moon luminaries revolve around the Earth, illuminating like spotlights the areas over which they pass. The sun's annual corkscrew journey begins at the Tropic of Capricorn on the winter solstice, where it makes...
I think it is pretty undeniable, Tone. Once you see it like we see it, this no, you can't tell me that wasn't once wood. I'm sorry. You can come out with your explanations and all this, and to me, it's pretty obvious when you're looking at it, right? And if you can see it breaking down on a smaller scale, and it's identical, come on.
Its fastest and largest circle over and around the Earth. For the next 3 months, every day the sun slightly narrows its path and slows its speed, until by the spring equinox, the sun has spiraled its way from the Tropic of Capricorn to the equator. Then, for the next 3 months, again every day, the sun continues to slightly constrict its path and retard its speed, until the summer solstice, when the sun makes its smallest, slowest circle around the Tropic of Cancer. Once the sun reaches this innermost circle, it then begins its opposing, expanding, quickening journey back toward the Tropic of Capricorn. For the next 3 months, every day the sun slightly widens its path and hastens its speed, until by the autumnal equinox, the sun has spiraled its way from the Tropic of Cancer back to the equator. Then, for the next 3 months, again, every day the sun continues to slightly expand its path and increase its speed until the winter solstice, when the sun repeats its largest, fastest circle around the Tropic of Capricorn, and the annual corkscrew journey begins again. Thomas Winship wrote, "The Earth is a stretched-out structure, which diverges from the central north in all directions towards the south. The equator, being midway between the north center and the southern circumference, divides the course of the sun into north and south declination. The longest circle round the world which the sun makes is when it has reached its greatest southern declination. Gradually going northwards, the circle is contracted. In about 3 months, after the southern extremity of its path has been reached, the sun makes a circle round the equator. Still pursuing a northerly course as it goes round and above the world, in another 3 months, the greatest northern declination is reached, when the sun again begins to go towards the south. In north latitudes, when the sun is going north, it rises earlier each day, is higher at noon, and sets later, while in southern latitudes, at the same time, the sun, as a matter of course, rises later, reaches a lesser altitude at noon, and sets earlier. In northern latitudes, during the southern summer, say from September to December, the sun rises later each day, is lower at noon, and sets earlier, while in the south he rises earlier, reaches a higher altitude at noon, and sets later each day. This movement round the earth daily is the cause of the alternations of day and night, while his northerly and southerly courses produce the seasons. When the sun is south of the equator, it is summer in the south and winter in the north, and vice versa. The fact of the alternation of the seasons flatly contradicts the Newtonian delusion that the earth revolves in an orbit round the sun.
Why is there a Finland flag
by the earth being nearest the sun, and winter by its being farthest from the sun. But if the reader will follow the argument in any textbook, he will see that according to the theory, when the earth is nearest the sun, there must be summer in both northern and southern latitudes, and in like manner, when it is farthest from the sun, it must be winter all over the earth at the same time, because the whole of the globe earth would then be farthest from the sun. In short, it is impossible to account for the recurrence of seasons on the assumption that the earth is globular and that it revolves in an orbit around the sun. Gabrielle Henriette wrote, "The essential feature of the year is its division into two equal periods of 6 months, based first on the predominating length of the days over that of the nights, and vice versa, conditions which are governed by the varying hours of sunrise and sunset, and secondly, by the either high or low height reached by the sun in the heavens at midday. The first cycle, during which the days are longer than the nights, and the sun reaches its culminating point of the year, extends from the spring equinox to the autumn equinox, March 21st to September 22nd. And the second cycle, during which, inversely, the duration of the nights exceeds that of the days, and the sun descends to its lowest point of the year, extends from the autumn equinox to the spring equinox, September 23rd to March 20th. These two 6-month periods are also characterized by an opposition of temperature. During the first cycle, which corresponds to spring and summer, the heat gradually rises and falls, while during the second cycle, which comprises autumn and winter, it is the intensity of the cold which progressively increases and decreases." Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "If the sun is fixed, and the earth revolves underneath it, the same phenomena would exist at the same distance on each side of the equator. But such is not the case. What can operate to cause the twilight in New Zealand to be so much more sudden, or the nights so much colder than in England? The southern hemisphere cannot revolve more rapidly than the northern. The latitudes are about the same, and the distance round a globe would be the same at 50 degrees south as at 50 degrees north. And
Eric doesn't trigger me. He never has done. No one really does, really. You know, Del, all of you guys. I listen to all of you and try and take a little bit from all of you. That's what I try and do. It's not always going to resonate with you, is it? But some things will. Right? Some things will. And that's what I try. I try and take those little gems from everybody.
Would revolve once in 24 hours. The surface at the two places would pass underneath the sun with the same velocity, and the light would approach in the morning and recede in the evening in exactly the same manner. Yet the very contrary is the fact. The constant sunlight of the north develops with the utmost rapidity numerous forms of vegetable life, and furnishes subsistence for millions of living creatures. But in the south, where the sunlight never dwells or lingers about
I haven't noticed that, Dorian. I didn't notice that. William had a dig at Eric on that hangout. Eric's face dropped. Watch it back. It's almost as if they did a separate video and edited them together. I didn't notice that at all, Dorian. It's such a long. It's really long, isn't it? The interview is quite. I don't think it's in the list either. I don't think. No, I haven't got it in the list. Not in the list either. We've got a couple of Sandra, Sun and Moon there. No, not from Sun. You know, the Sun and Moon video. Paris in Flames. Yeah, it's not on there. It's not on there.
Region, but
and we've only got half an hour, 20 minutes anyway.
In 24 hours, the great circle of the southern circumference, it has not time to excite and stimulate the surface, and therefore, even in comparatively low southern latitudes, everything wears an aspect of desolation. These different.
What's the timestamp? Put the timestamp on there as well, Dorian, and we'll take a quick look because I didn't notice that. Yeah, we need the timestamp though, because I need to go straight to it instead of searching for it. Because we've only, as I say, we've only got 15 minutes left.
Differences in the north and south could not exist if the Earth were a globe turning upon axes under a non-moving sun. The two hemispheres would, at the same latitudes, have the same degree of light and heat, and the same general phenomena, both in kind and degree. The peculiarities which are found in the south as compared with the north, are only such as could exist upon a stationary plane, having a northern center, concentric with which is the path of the moving sun.
I've noticed as well on a couple of these videos, don't have to do that thing that you told me to do. Wow, look at those sunspots. There's loads. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 10, 11, 12. Nice catch, Sandra. Look, it's scattered. Tarmo was disrespecting all the ladies that come in here and some of the guys that were coming in. So I had to take his wrench away. One big pond. Howdy, Brandon. Good to see you here, dude. Onwards. I gave him one big pond. I gave Tarmo so many chances. I used to let things slip so many times with Tarmo. Just let it go. Let it go. He's just probably having a laugh. It's his sense of humour. But it started actually getting really personal. And I started to see it. So I didn't really have any choice. 'em. I did ask him. I asked him to stop, and he wouldn't. Now I just missed. awesome shot, isn't it? Man, that's all protrude out. Black. Amazing. Light moons, man. Hey, what's this? What's this? Paris in flames. Okay, we'll watch a bit of this. That was last week. Is this really about the whatever he's the Macron, whatever his bloody name? Is this really about him putting up the thingy for two years longer? The old age pension thing, or is it about something else? Because it seems a bit. And the media are just lying about it. Are they just saying, "Oh, no, it's about this," when it's really about something else? I don't. Cool. I remember learning the word enculé. Was it enculé in French? Enculé. Does that mean F off? I'm sure. I don't know. I'm just trying to remember what the older kids were teaching me back in the day. What was the other one? Fromage, ballon sac. Cheesy ball bags, or something like that. It was. I'm sorry. It does. It gets worse. Lies to muddy the water. So do you think it's about that age thing for the OAPs, or do you think it's just an accumulation of a lot of things over the last 3 years, and the French have just had enough? And on the media, they're saying it's something else because it seems excessive. All these people coming out for this. You know what the media are like. You know what they're like. You can't believe anything on there. You'd have to get down there, ground zero, down to the roots here and talk to the people. It's the only way you can really find out. they've been years. Yeah, they've been doing this for years in France, right? Country rolls with the system. Any country without conflict is against the beast. Vive la France. I mean, yeah, they are very young. Was Macron something. See, education. Still blatantly spraying on the walls. He's got a spray can. They're just watching him walk past. Virgo, bend over and do as you're told or prepare for war.
Emmanuel Macron, enculé! Simone Macron, enculé!
Civil unrest, yeah, that's what they constantly want people in that state, don't they, doing? Fight off like... What? I'm doing the Macarena? Hey! Democra. What's that? Democracy? Democra's got to be right.
Macron nous fait la guerre et sa police aussi. Et on bloquer le pays. Macron nous fait la guerre.
Ouais, les toits de Paris, on est ensemble.
On the roof, look. How did they get out there? You know it's going to kick off.
Okay, there's tear gas in the air around here. That's why people are moving backwards. Some sort of clash with the police in the front. I can feel it in my eyes.
Here we go. You can hear it, can't you? Going off in the background. Oh, they're flares. Are they flares?
Courage les gars. Encore, mais pas plus.
Oh, here they come. Here they come. The French would kick our asses. I think they would, Diane, I agree. From what I've observed from the way we was doing this right, a couple of years ago to the French, two completely different things. Just don't mess around. I need to have a chat with an Irish person. They do. What made me laugh about the Childs thing? What's going on? What made me laugh about the Childs thing was I heard someone say, was it on Tube last night? I can't remember it, but I heard someone say that Prince Charles can't speak fluent German. And I just nearly spat my coffee out. I was like, what, are you kidding me? He can only speak part German? Get out of here. Because he can speak fluent German. His whole family are German. What did they change from? Was it Saxe-Gothenburg to Windsor's? Was it something like, some weird name, right? Some weird German name. So, yeah, they're obviously, they think we forget about these things. slow, yeah. Sasha Coburg Gotha, the House of Gothas, right? Is the House of Windsor. Yeah, that's it. Making out that, like, you know. Session Goth. Right, let's just Now that's it, guys. Right, we're out of time. Let's go. But as we're on the other channel, I don't know what I've got. No, I ain't got that either. No. Don't know what to play. What is Andy doing in there? The doors. Because I've switched over, I haven't got the. Where's? Can't find it. No. Oh, I'll just have to choose something. Ain't on there either, is it? I'll have to get that sorted.
We don't need no stinking badges.
Just a little seed makes a big tree, standing on its own, thriving all alone. Just a little seed makes a big tree, grows so high, gonna touch the sky. Just a little seed makes a big tree, spreads roots deep, branches far and wide. We're sounding lockdown in your hometown.
Oh shit! Oh, we forgot to watch the bloody thing. Sorry, I just want to watch this quickly. What was it, Dorian? 50 minutes? Hold on, let's just bring this back quickly. I don't know what Dorian's talking about. I'm gonna have to wait for the chat to come in as well. Sorry, guys. No, I've just seen it up there. Yeah, we was looking, weren't we? Just get this rearranged back. Here we go. What was it? 50 minutes? Did you say 50 minutes, Dorian? 52 minutes, right? Yeah. Okay. Right, we just watch this quickly. 52 minutes. 51:30.
Job situation or whatnot, or they don't want to directly do activism, but there's also indirect ways that you can do anonymous activism, and that will also really make you feel better and genuinely help. So I mean, it's a win-win. You're making yourself feel better by doing this activism rather than just sitting there stewing about how awful the world is. And then meanwhile, you are genuinely, positively contributing something to the world and changing that situation. And the more you do it, the more feedback you get about how the situation's being changed and how you're helping and everything. And again, winfinity, win-win. You just keep feeling better about the fact that, I mean, all I gotta do is keep doing what I'm doing. It's like a snowball rolling down the mountain kind of effect. The more of us just keep on doing this, you realize the truth. Okay, well, now I'm going to tell someone else the truth. I'm going to make little business cards and leave them at phone booths or whatever. Whatever you think of to spread important information is creating this. I was going to say new world. Is the the new world that we want, not the new world order that they're trying to build.
Offers to us, right?
Right, yeah, but let's say a new world that we are actively creating based on living in the truth that we're finding, rather than all these lies that they're trying to deceive us into believing.
No, right. No, yeah, you're right. Yeah. So yeah, no. Another thing, I actually went through it myself. The depression you're talking about. I did watch your video, and I completely related to it. Not only do you feel better, but you actually learn a lot about yourself and others. By learning a lot about yourself, you automatically learn about others, because again, we're all inherently the same. We're all human beings. We all have the same five senses. We all have a brain. You know what I'm saying? So when again, learning about yourself, you're gonna learn a lot about how other people, act, or how they take this information. And again, the more you try and spread awareness, the more you're gonna learn. So you're gonna get better. You know what I'm saying? Practice makes perfect, right? So it's also, you got to put it into practice, and you're only gonna get better. So people shouldn't be scared to go out and get ridiculed. Because I mean, the ridicule is already out there anyway. What you should do is just, I like to think I have thick skin. Words, name calling, all that, to me, it doesn't really affect me. If anything, it makes me laugh, and it just shows me that you're feeling some type of way that you need to resort to name calling. You know what I'm saying? So it's just funny to me.
No, I don't think, Jim, I don't think William's an actor. Not a chance.
Exposing them more than it's
Eric, maybe. I'm not too, not William.
Any sort of effect on you.
Exactly. It just shows me that you're what's the word? Insecure, basically.
Yeah.
About your opinions and your thoughts, basically, that you have to attack me personally. You're literally going off topic to attack me now. And again.
Interesting. If you want to watch the rest of that, that's actually that's on Eric's channel. Destroying the Globe. There you go. I ain't got enough time to play it all, guys, so didn't really catch what Dorian was saying, but have to break it down for Dorian.
Global orders, riding over borders. Get behind your doors for the new world order. Dr. Evil and his needle. Dr. Evil with a master plan. A false vaccine, like a bad dream. The plant's a microchip. Every woman, child, and man. The plant's to chip us all, to have complete control. The land, the sky, your soul. Peace like silence in the snow. You're free to do exactly as you're told. Obey, consume, and die. And up to heaven for your pie up in the sky. Sleepwalking, dreaming. You best believe your lying eyes. Geoengineering, making more than patterns in the skies. 5G radiation, beamed to Earth from space by satellites. The scientist in media traced, trying to tell me 2 and 2 is 5. Excuse me while I mention the strategy of tension, mass mind manipulation, psychological operation, the general population hypnotized right in front of your eyes. Drama and lies, look into my eyes. Just a little seed makes a big tree, standing on its own, thriving all alone. Just a little seed makes a big tree grow so high. Gonna touch the sky, just a little seed makes a big tree, spreads roots deep, branches far and wide. Masonic lockdown in your hometown. Masonic lockdown, can you feel me now? Masonic lockdown, soul shock down, stay shakedown, a mass breakdown. Put your muzzle on, get back in your basket, get behind your doors, cause living here is drastic. Dr. Evil and his needle, Dr. Evil with a master plan, a false vaccine, like a bad dream. The plant's a microchip, every woman, child and man. The plant's a chip us all to have complete control, the land, the sky, or soul. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na.
We're taking things that are, genetically modified organisms and we're injecting them in little kids' arms. We just shoot them right into the vein. But you don't have a choice. People act like you have a choice.
Okie dokie. Wrong one. Okay. Right, guys. Appreciate everyone turning up today. I know we're on the other channel, but yeah, it'll be on this channel again Saturday, right? So I'll see you same time then. Take care. Yeah, cheers, chill. Appreciate everyone coming in today, as I say. Thank you.